The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard, you and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Crewman, and I've got Lady Che in the background, our other host. And we should be joined here shortly with Shabaka Sankoria, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-host and co-executive producer of. And on this Season 4, Episode 28, Part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is tangibles. This is the year and the decade of tangibles. So continue to demand something tangible for your vote, all the way up to 2100. Then we got California Assemblyman Corey Jackson celebrates a formal apology for slavery as reparations. What? They can shove that apology where the sun don't shine. Then we got Hurricane Helene survivors denied $750 in relief. Go off on Kamala. Great news. Great news. Then we got Biden-Harris administration gave Americans financial help away to migrants, but blamed the Republicans. Then we have Biden-Harris insults Americans by giving $750 to hurricane victims after just giving $8 billion to Ukraine. Then we got the U.S. Department of Justice opens Tulsa race massacre investigation. Then we got 3 ex-Memphis police officers convicted on some charges in Tyre Nichols case. Then we got Unveiling the Roots of White Aggression, a conversation with my good friend, Dr. Mauray Tolbert. So those are the topics for tonight. Thank y'all for tuning in. And make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. That's Lady Che.
Oh, what?
Lady Che is in the background, y'all. So.
Which part do you want me to give you thoughts on? You didn't read tangibles.
Oh, that's right. I got to get to the tangibles. So the first topic is tangibles. This is the year and the decade of tangibles, Black family. So continue to match something tangible for your vote. All the way up to 2100. So I'm going to read the tangibles like I do every show. Share my screen.
Something. Man needs to read machine.
Yeah. So instead of tangibles 2020, it's tangibles 2024. But everything else remains the same. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with this hashtag, Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, descendants from American child slavery freedmen, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So I'm going to read this like I do every show. And nothing has changed except the year. Everything else remains the same. So instead of tangibles 2020, it's tangibles 2024. But everything else remains the same. So, the 2024 presidential elections are coming up. We're about exactly a month away. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms. Lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, marginalized, downtrodden, underserved, underprivileged, what is the other one? I'll just broaden English language, has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundation of Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And since it's 2024, it's Tangibles2024. All the way up to 2100, Black family. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote. From any politician, including myself, who is seeking your vote. Okay, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
What do you mean? Pretty much what you just said. Hold your vote. Vote for something else other than do your research. You don't have to vote. Don't look at the third party.
Yes.
Read. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Hold your vote like you hold your nuts. Basically holding out for what? It's only 31 days. That's it. It's over.
Dirty.
Whatever. So, yeah.
Wow.
What else am I supposed to say?
Hold your vote.
I did. I said that already. Hold your vote. You vote like you hold your nuts. Everybody's going to do the wrong thing anyway.
We shall see.
We don't have to be shall see. We are RC.
We have a month.
RC.
People haven't even voted yet. At least in our state.
They are these black ass conversations. It's already been wrapped. If you don't know you're going to vote by now, you don't know who you're going to vote for, that's the cat. Everybody knows. I'm talking about it.
Well, I have great news. Would you like to hear the great news?
Are you talking to me or them?
I'm talking to both of you.
No, I don't care. I don't care.
All right, so yeah, continue to mess with the tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way up to 2100. And when we say something tangible, we're talking about something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e., a check, i.e., reparations, in the form of direct cash payments, lineage-based reparations. Also, an anti-Black hate crime bill passed into law, giving Black Americans immunity from victimization and mistreatment at hands of law enforcement, the race soldiers, and deputized white supremacists. And then an end to qualified immunity in all 50 states.
Basically, you got an agenda to vote for.
Mm-hmm.
It's a black agenda, period.
Yep, the agenda and the cause. And the agenda is the Black agenda, and that cause is reparations.
Right.
Thank you,
So far, nobody else is really offering that. And the ones that are offering, they're not really telling anybody. And they're trying to intentionally keep them off the gun. So, there you go.
In the so-called democracy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting on Shabaka.
Oh, I think I'm good.
I gotta hear Shabaka stuff.
I can't get on this thing, so.
They can hear you though.
Who can hear me?
Whoever's watching.
Mute me then.
I have to mute myself.
Do that then.
Oh my God.
It's not working.
Why is what not working? Come on, Shabaka, where are you at? So yeah, we're not letting up. No tangibles, no vote. No reparations, no vote. And this is the time, Black family, we got to send a clear message to these Democrats. They got to stop taking our votes for granted. They think that they own our vote and that they can just treat us all any kind of way. And we just going to keep crawling back to them and voting blue no matter who. But those days are over. Contrary to popular belief. to end this abusive slave relationship with the Democratic Party. Has to get off the Democratic plantation. Otherwise, you can kiss your ass, your arse, goodbye. You mean it's no good, Black family? Neither one of these parties mean it's no good. But the Democrats, they always told themselves as, oh, we're the party of democracy and civil rights. And that. You're the party of hypocrisy is more like it. And you're for everybody but us. But you want our vote. And if you want our vote, you're going to have to do something tangible, Democrats. All the Democratic shilling in the world isn't going to change that. Come on, Shabaka, where are you at? Where is the black cat? So the next topic is California Assemblyman Corey Jackson celebrates a formal apology as for slavery as reparations. Put the blues down. Put the goddamn blues down. You got to be smoking all kinds of bass rocks if you think an apology is acceptable for what these Democrats just allowed to occur in California with a supermajority in regards to the reparations bills. So, no, we don't want your apology. To hell with your apology. To hell with your plaque. We want goddamn reparations. Direct cash payments. That's the only thing that's going to appease us or make us happy about this. So I don't know what the hell Corey Jackson is celebrating, but y'all need to vote his ass out of office too if he ain't termed out in California. So Uncle Phil's going to give us the update on that. Shout out to Uncle Phil.
In price.
My name is Rupa Gandhi, and my practice is crossroads pediatric dentistry.
Legislature.
Hey, stop. Have you noticed that?
Oh my God.
It would make sense to go to those cities that's actually watching us and, do events in those cities, right? So, like, for instance, the top city that watches us the most is New York City. Top, whether it's here in America and also in the that Gavin Newsom, during the time of his recall, put up a reparations commission. Black folks got excited about that. So he put together a reparations commission. You know, our sister Kamala Moore was the chair of the reparations commission, and the reparations commission had a lot of meetings. They did their due diligence and did their work. They came with recommendations to give to the assembly to say, hey, this is what reparations should look like based off of the commission that Governor Newsom signed into action to get it done. Okay, they did their commission, they did their study. Then when it was time to start implementing what came out of the study, the great study that Democrats say that we should get, okay, the study was done. They sabotaged the reparations bill in the assembly. Then when a Republican assemblyman in California tried to bring up the reparations bill, understand? It was Democrats that stopped him and sabotaged him, a Republican, from bringing up the reparations bill. As we know, the Republican did not support reparations, but he really wanted to see what Democrats was going to do. He pulled the Democrats' card, and that was the best chess move that Republicans could have ever pulled on the Democrats to expose their hand so they couldn't say it was those mean old Republicans. They so racist, they don't want you to have nothing. See, that one Republican showed in California the reason why Black Americans don't have anything is because of the Democrats, not because of those mean old Republicans. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the California Legislative Black Caucus went along with the sabotage because Gavin Newsom didn't even want that bill on his desk because he would have to veto it. And he knew if he had to veto that bill, is going to hurt him politically because he wants to run for president one day. Okay, he wants to run for president, so he didn't want to veto that bill. That's not nothing he wanted to do. So he put it on the bootlicks to get rid of the bill.
Yeah.
All right. Now, there was another bill put up, and Assemblyman Corey Jackson on his X account, we're going to go right to it, and let's see what he had to say about that. Let me switch my screen here.
I didn't hear it.
Boom.
Shabaka,
oh, no, wrong screen.
Yes,
right screen.
I'm sorry, Shabaka.
All right.
I didn't hear the ding.
So,
it dings when you're in the studio.
Let's get it up here, and let's see what he said.
Okay, see, that's that bullshit again.
All right, if you can see this is Assemblyman Corey Jackson's X
He
account.
Got to go. Corey Jackson.
I'm reading it as such. History in the making.
This Negro
CA governor has signed the California Legislative Black Caucus reparations package into law. A major step toward righting past wrongs and ensuring Black Californians get the equity they deserve. He used equity.
I'm damn sure gonna apply for mine, that no good bastard.
This is just the beginning. Now, they said first in nation reparations bill package signed by governor. Okay. So they talking about all the bills that was put up by the people in the California Legislative Black Caucus. All right. So Bonta, she looked like the Puerto Rican lady, early child care and education, California State preschool program. Weber, discrimination, race hairstyle, like a Crown Act. Weber again, pupil discipline transfer reporting. Brian, state prisons ban books. So I guess they want certain brand. Now, this is the one we want to focus on. Joan Sawyer. That was the guy that was mocking Black people. If you remember that video, it was mocking Black people. And he was that guy. Yeah. That guy right there. Chattel slavery, formal apology. Not what the Reparations Commission came up with, just a formal apology. And Gavin Newsom had no problem signing a formal apology. But he did not want to create basically a Freedmen's Bureau. He didn't want to create that. But he was cool with greatly signing a bill with a formal apology, which does nothing for Black Americans in America. It does not a thing. And this is what Assembly member Corey Jackson is out here celebrating, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if you are a Black American person in the state of California, you should be very upset. You should be outraged. And you should demand, with your vote as well, that Corey Jackson get out of town. You should demand that whoever is running against any of the members of the California Legislative Black Caucus, that they got to go. Y'all should be the first in line on early voting to vote against them. And all of them represent blue. So vote against blue in California, no matter who, Black people, especially if you see those bootlicks on the ballot. It don't matter who it is. It don't matter if it's a Republican, Green Party, Libertarian, whatever party it is. Choose one, right? Not telling you who to vote for, but this situation, if y'all in California don't make this right, this is utter disrespect. Let me tell you something. Y'all have been the state of migrants way before the quote-unquote migrant crisis. California has been giving resources upon resources upon resources to the migrants, while our Black people in California have been priced out of places to stay. Black people in California, unless they own their own businesses, have a hard time getting a job. Then if you own a business, you're worrying about the permit issues and all that mess that happens to Black Americans in California. A lot of Black Americans had to leave the state that they grew up in, or their family been in this state for many, many years. Maybe some of them came because of the great migration, right, out the South. And they've been in California, their family maybe 60, 70 years, and now they're having to leave California because they're being priced out. But it's interesting that all the migrants aren't being priced out.
Yeah, that part.
Have you noticed that?
Yes, I have noticed that.
Have you noticed that the migrants have not been priced out of California?
Yes.
Have you noticed?
Yes.
Because those
but you're being
migrants
priced out.
together,
Have you noticed
and
that
they
the
speak
migrants
language in English.
aren't
Their classes and
on Skid Row like that? Have you noticed the
And
migrants
majority
aren't
of the motherfuckers on
homeless
Skid Row in Oakland,
like that?
Los Angeles,
Ladies and gentlemen,
San Francisco,
have you noticed
black
that?
folk.
Why is that?
Mhm.
Why is it that the majority population of the homeless is Black Americans?
right.
Well, it's done by design.
Bingo, Uncle Phil.
The only place they guarantee you a place to stay is prison.
Jail.
Oh, they got a place for you there
Always got
in California.
jail.
Oh, they'll love to give you a prison cell.
Mm-hmm.
And now, since they can criminalize homelessness, oh, they're gonna clean the streets up. All right, they're gonna give all those homeless people a place to stay in prison.
Mm-hmm.
Or out in the
prison.
middle of that
Be in the
fucking desert and turn off the water.
Same 13th Amendment that say
Oh,
we are free. There's a loophole in the 13th Amendment that says we still can put you back in slavery, but in prison. And I don't know why our people have not demanded a constitutional amendment to remove the slavery
like
clause
we did here in
out
Colorado.
of the 13th Amendment.
We did it in-
I mean, seriously, if we would fight to get that amendment removed out of the Constitution, that slavery clause,
in California, man, since 1852.
Shabaka. You can run a referendum to take it off. We did it in Colorado twice. The first time everybody was confused. The second time they got it together. So now slavery.
Then maybe Colorado could set the trend on that. Because see, I'm not going to mention the former Attorney General's name that we was trying to pass, a few initiatives in California. And the Attorney General at that time, disapproved it. And I'm not going to mention the Attorney General's name. You already know what her name is.
Oh yeah, Kamala.
Well, it says you can be enslaved in prison. Why do you think more black men, especially black men, are put in prison? Because of the slavery clause. If you are in jail, you are relegated back to slavery. This is why they don't have to pay you.
That all
like
depends,
they have to pay everybody else minimum wage. See, the 13th Amendment only stopped private slavery. It transferred private slavery to the state being a slaveholder or the federal government being a slaveholder. This is why they can demand you work and don't pay you nothing. And if you don't work, they hold it against you and do all kind of things to you, right? And then when you come up for parole, you can't get parole because you refuse to work. You understand? You refuse to work. You got brothers in prison working for major corporations. Your Walmart, your Target, your Costco, all these corporations benefit off of prison labor, slave labor. But when the same black men get out of prison, they can't even get a doggone job in the same companies that. And then I just saw, I think it was in Alabama, they have basically like a convict leasing, basically, where they take prisoners who do good and they let them go work in places like IHOP and whatever, and they having to work 7 days a week. They can't say they sick. They can't do. It's literally convict leasing. Literally, it's these people have not changed at all. They ain't changed.
Hell, I could have told you that.
So in California, they're doing our people wrong, and that's why a lot of our people are starting to come back
doing our people wrong ever since they had that started that goddamn state. That ain't no fucking news.
Majority of Black America. You just want to talk about where our people built America from? They built America from the South.
Yep.
So when you come back home to the South, you're only coming back to where your people at. Because you look at the history of the United States, and even look at the majority of Black Americans, we're still in our home area of the South, right? But you have people like Assemblyman Corey Jackson and all those other ones. You have to understand they're sold out. They chose to sell out. Now, because a lot of them understand in this current Democrat Party, and maybe probably always been this way in the Democrat Party for Black politicians.
Let's freeze that for a second.
If they rah-rah too much
for
Black people,
okay, go ahead, Shabaki.
Yes, sir. Okay. There was a man by the name of Merv Dimely who is elected, right, the lieutenant governor of California.
Okay.
So what they did was, what California did, when a record producer by the name of Mike Curb had ran to be the lieutenant governor. They kept the governor, I believe it was Jerry Brown, but they got rid of Merv Dimley's ass. And you should have saw that sorry motherfucker getting up there, man, urging California to keep the Brown Dimley team. And California told this black ass, fuck you.
Ooh.
They sure did. And I
what
believe
year was this?
Was in 1978.
Ooh.
They sure did kick Merv Dimley to the fucking curb. Yes, sir.
Yeah. There's some cold pieces of work.
Oh, yeah. Now, here's something else for you that's real cold. Now, you're going to love this here. There was a Senate race in California for U.S. Senator, right? Mm-hmm. One of the candidates was a dude who was an educator by the name of S.I. Hayakawa, right? Okay. S.I. Hayakawa. You could pull him up. When they had the gas crisis in California in 1978, right? Mm-hmm. Jerry Brown was doing his damnedest to lower the price of gas. S.I. Hayakawa said, let the price of gas go up is because the majority of poor people are not working.
Wow.
Oh, it's fucked up.
And that was in the 70s.
Yes, sir. And I believe that there was either 1978 or wait a minute. It was 1978 because I just started going to college at that time. Yeah, it was 78. Mm. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, California's dirty. You see what I mean? And keep in mind, it's the land of make-believe because you got a place, you know it.
Hollywood. Yeah, Hollywood.
Sir. Listen to me when I tell you this. San Francisco is weird. Hollywood is its own planet. Understand?
Okay. Yeah.
Big difference between the two.
Okay.
They can maybe get removed from office, or they may get some charges.
Ooh,
like Eric Adams, right? Now, Eric Adams wasn't rah-rahing for black people, but he was speaking against their agenda with the migrant crisis. But let's go back to the migrant crisis.
Let's go back to it.
We talked about a little earlier that the migrants aren't leaving California in that high dollar California. The migrants are affording that very well. And you're saying, wait a minute, how are these people affording that? Because they are transferring money and wealth to the migrants where they can afford to stay in California. It's just bottom line. Now, some of the migrants may stay a couple of families to a home, right? But they all pooling their money together and they are staying in California. There's so many of them in California now that they have outpopulated black people. And black people, what they have reported to me
black people
is that they are
40 years
racist
ago,
towards black Americans. You have some of their gangs are running around here committing hate crimes, and yet we don't hear nothing from the DOJ talking about, now let me go there, the Matthew Shepard James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Act. We're not hearing nothing about that since we have a hate crime bill, right? Why aren't the DOJ prosecuting all these gangs that's ran by these migrants that's spray painting NK on different places? And you know what? When I say NK, I'm talking about the N-word and killer. That's what they spray.
Yeah,
they're saying that's what the words they're spraying, right? And the California government has no problem
bring back the Black
with
Panthers.
those kind of hate crimes.
Right.
Now let a black American go spray anything about migrants. Let a black American go spray anything about LGBT or any group. It don't matter who it is. These black Americans will be rounded up at minimum on state charges and at maximum on federal hate crime charges.
And state hate crime charges, Uncle Phil. Get
you understand?
Straight. Yeah, I understand you, brother, but I'm just trying to point something out.
Yes, California do have the most migrants who come here illegally in that they just flood that state And you see, especially Los Angeles, California, you see what happened to Black communities, thriving Black communities, Black, South Central and all the different places Black people have been forever. Compton. Now these places aren't the same anymore. Maybe Black people still kind of holding Lamert Park and certain areas like that.
No,
but how long will they hold that when they're flooding the country? Flooding the country with people would have different cultures. Flooding the country with people that come from some places very savage.
It's so fucked up.
I mean, if you do the research on what some of the cartels do in their country, they deal with some savagery in some of these Latin American countries. And it's mostly Latin American countries they flood in California with, to be honest with you. If you look at the population, there's more people from Latin America in California than Black folks, white folks. You know what I'm saying? And that's done by it wasn't natural. It was done completely through immigration. That's why
right down there, San Diego,
should be
right
preaching about this migrant issue. It should be Black people from Los Angeles, California. It should be them.
No, we too goddamn busy killing each other over bullshit.
They have teamed up all these migrants, and it's not just from Latin America. They come from Asia too. That's the top two from what I know and what I hear. They have teamed up to be against Black people.
That is a fact.
If it wouldn't been for Black Americans, they wouldn't have a chance to be here because they have to understand the history of America. They didn't want nobody here unless you was from Europe.
Yep.
If you wasn't European, they didn't want you behind here. Because of the work of Black Americans, people come in here and be disrespectful to Black Americans. This is why you have Black Americans delineating. See, people think delineation has to do with within the diaspora. No. Delineation has to do with everybody, every group. Because if you do the research, Black Americans have helped every group. Every single group Black Americans has stood up for. Yeah. And then when these people get on their feet and they start making money, they get in politics. Do they say, hey, we got to remember it wasn't meant for Black Americans helping my parents. We wouldn't be where we are today. Let me make sure I look out for Black America. Oh no. They look at you the same way. And I'm not saying all. Let me make sure I don't put out a message where I'm saying all, because I'm not saying all.
Could you pause that there?
I'm talking about those who are doing it.
I'm going to interject this here. I think
but the ones who are doing it, right?
Okay. Yes, sir. In the late 1960s and in the early 70s, right? Black folks and the Latinos were very, very close people. Okay, and what proves this here is because when the Black Panther Party was formed,
they were only cool until they got something out the Civil Rights Bill.
Right, and keep in mind is that the Latino community, now Lady Chase knows something about this from her elders, they formed the Brown Berets, which had patternized themselves after the Black Panther Party. Actually, it was a beautiful thing. And then, when the crack epidemic hit, man, that's when all the division hit. It coincided with it.
Yeah, you're right, Shabaki. You all right about that?
Yeah, I mean, I lived it, brother. I saw it. I witnessed it.
Right.
Because I do remember in 1968, there was a teacher at Lincoln High School, which is you got East LA, which is the county territories, right? Then you got Boyle Heights, which is in the city territories, but it's still on the other side of the LA River. And there was a teacher there, I forgot his name. He had organized a walkout at Lincoln High School. All right. And I forgot, his name was Castro. And Mr. Castro did state that he was inspired by the Black Panther Party to do this, is because they did not want the Spanish-speaking students to speak Spanish. which is wrong. I mean, man, how in the fuck you not gonna speak Spanish in California? Hell, look at the goddamn names of the place. San Francisco, Sacramento, San Jose, Los Angeles, San Diego. How they're not gonna allow those students to learn anything about their culture there. You see what I'm saying? So once again, to quote you that you so eloquently put it, racist white supremacy. See? Racist white supremacy.
Yep.
And I remember one time, man, when I used to
opted out of becoming their own race.
And then here's what happened, Brother Trey, about I think at about 2000, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
When I was doing the signatures, right? Okay. So I had a Latino woman signing, and she's putting down the information, and she says, California, Mexico is because, you know, it used to be a part of Mexico. And I says, yes, ma'am, you're right. And I says, please remember us on a
reparation. They always talk about it be part of Mexico. They lost it fair and square. They paid for that. The U.S. paid.
Yeah, in 1847. The Mexican-American War, Brother Che, is because when you go out there to North Hollywood, what is the name of that damn Metro Rail station out there? I think it's the North Hollywood Metro Rail station, right? And they do have a plaque commemorating that on this spot right here that they had signed a treaty to end the Mexican-American War in 1847. And that's why in the year 1848, California was its own republic. And that's why when you look at the California state flag with the bear on it, it says California Republic on it. So then when old boy up there at Sutter's Mill discovered that fucking gold, them white folks that motherfucker into a damn state so goddamn fast it made your head spin, sir, in less than a year.
They bombed the show like PE.
Say that again.
They bum rushed the show like PE.
Hell yeah, most definitely.
And they brought slaves with them.
Yeah.
Because they found out there's gold in them hills.
Yeah, up there in El Dorado County. Yes, sir, at the California Gold Discovery Park off of Highway 49. And do you know them dirty bastards want to charge you $25 to park in that motherfucker, man?
Hell to the no.
Oh, hell yeah. And it's right down this about, I think that motherfucker's about 24 miles, man, north of Hangtown, which was Placerville.
Oh, yeah, Placerville.
Oh, yeah. Wow, where? Yep, that's where they got the hangman's tree at. Call it a California State Historical Landmark, where they got a dummy hanging up there by the rope, and that's why they called it Hangtown. And I told you the story about me and the El Dorado County Sheriff up there.
Yeah, you sure did, but I gotta finish this clip up, Shabaki.
Right?
Let me go turn down this idiot box.
Okay. Black people are now saying, okay, I'm not standing up for none of y'all no more. It don't matter where you come from.
Right.
We only gonna worry about our group. And black people are right to say that because black people tried their best to be righteous, to be loving to all people, right? Because we don't like to see people suffer. We don't even like that. Now, D says they even made a driver license law to specifically allow them a license, AB 60. Okay. And he said this license so they can vote them to get all the freebies. Yeah, I believe that. I believe it. This is why you probably should be. Now, this is why I go to policy, right? If you know this, then you should be probably supporting the Republican Party on stopping them from voting. I would say that much because I'm a policy person. The Democrats not going to do that, but the Republicans will. Yeah. The Green Party isn't doing it or any other party, but yeah, I mean, because that's going to hurt Black Americans, allowing them to vote. They're not even citizens. We had to go through hell to even get the register to even get the right to vote. We had to go through hell in this country. And how dare somebody can just come over here and just vote, and you didn't have to suffer the Klan, you didn't have to suffer the crooked police, you didn't have to suffer water hoses, you didn't have to suffer dogs, you didn't go through no poll tax like we went through. You didn't have to go through no literacy set test. You didn't have to try to count no marbles in a jar. None of the things that we went through to try to stop us from voting. You can just waltz yourself over here from your homeland that you chose to come here from, and then you can vote, and you didn't have to suffer for nothing.
Hell no.
Black Americans should be number one appalled, offended when they tell you your ancestors died for the right for you to vote. Correct. They did die for us to have some freedoms, but nobody else had to die. Nobody else had to suffer. So for the sake of my ancestors, I am against anyone coming over here and who's not a United States citizen trying to vote in our elections. I'm against that because my ancestors never had that right, and they fought to get it.
Right.
They fought to get it. And I cannot vote for a party that says they could come over here and just trying to figure out ways for them to vote. They shouldn't even be having a driver's license over here. You better give them a bike.
Right.
They better call an Uber.
Right.
Now, Mike C says so bad in Southern California, the folks are leaving. Yeah. You talking the folks? Yeah. Listen, the folks been complaining.
Yeah.
Oh man, the folks listen, the folks trying to hold on to Orange County and all of that, right? Well, that's more so Republican, but yeah, the folks don't like that. Man, the folks are sick of that. I see a lot of the folks in California talking about they voting Republican. They getting tired. They are getting tired of the Democrat Party or what's happening to the folks in California. Let me tell y'all something. I said this on my podcast the other day, and I'm going to repeat this here. And some of y'all may not agree what I'm about to say, but even though we have our history and we have our issues, but I'm going to tell you, Black Americans and white Americans have way more in common with a whole lot of issues right now than we ever had, because all these different groups coming in here with all these different opposing cultures. Because think about it, white Americans and Black Americans, we kind of have the same American culture. We're not talking about particular culture in those particular groups. No, you know what I'm talking about. We have a particular culture that we kind of, we all kind of think about the same by Thanksgiving. We think the same by Christmas. Labor Day. The Halloween thing. If you celebrate it now, I'm not talking about you super spiritual people that talk about the Devil's Day and all that. I already know, do you? But you know what I'm saying? The spring break thing we do and all different things. Mostly Black and white people kind of do those sort of things. But all these other people are coming in with opposing cultures. And when you bring people in with this is a culture thing I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a color thing. I'm talking about a culture thing. You're bringing people with all these different cultures into America that oppose more so the main culture that's in this America that has been established by Black Americans and white Americans, right? Think about it. You can have a conversation right now what's going on in this country, and white Americans probably be agreeing with you probably more so now than what they have been in the past.
That ain't no goddamn culture.
Believe it or not.
No,
I've had some conversations with white
about that. It's an American's apple pie.
Agree
culture.
a lot what a lot of us are saying as Black Americans,
apple pie.
right? You're seeing all these people come in from their different countries. Certain things is not a big deal to them like it is to us. Certain levels of violence and savagery we haven't really seen. Yeah, we got our savagery of the school shootings, but we don't really have no savagery of somebody getting their body chopped up.
Yeah.
Because they owe a drug debt. That's not nothing we really see. Now over here, somebody will get shot up here. But they don't do things like chop somebody up and put and dump their body with a wheel.
GoForms makes it easy to digitize documents or build new digital forms from scratch.
On the family's front lawn. This is stuff that go on in their countries. When you messing around with them cartels, that's stuff they used to seeing. We're not used to that. So you got people coming over here and some people that came over here were participating in that too. And the Biden-Harris administration just let these people come in, no checks and balances. And now they're bringing their gangs over here. Whole gang members starting gangs over here, which is a threat to Black America and white Americans. It is a complete threat. Think about it. In New York, let's go back to Eric Adams. His people was not grateful to the people of New York. They were complaining in the shelter. They chose to come over here. They passed up so many Latin American countries who don't have no gang problems or whatever, right? They passed all them Latin American countries up who speak the language, everything, to come over here because they can get freebies. Okay. Then they get over here and they're throwing the food away, talking about, I don't want that because that's not my cultural food.
The entitlement is horrible.
I couldn't have been Eric Adams. Right. Because the first thing I'll say is, well, you know what? I know where your cultural food is at.
In your home.
I know exactly where it's at. And you know what? I'll put you on a plane tonight to go back to where you come from to get your cultural food. Right. I pay for you to go back.
Right.
And you can get all the cultural food you want. Go cook it. Matter of fact, yeah, just go cook it over there. Since you don't like with the food we serving in America, I'll gladly fly you back where you come from. As long as you get on out of here. The nerve. Right. You don't like. So that's what started the debit card thing. And Eric Adams messed up. Yeah. Eric Adams, you messed up and then you ran out of money. And that's when got you complaining on Biden. And now look where you're at now, right? You should have never gave them your cards. If they come to New York, they eat what's in the shelter. And if they don't like it,
and they can go back.
Too bad. Get you a job, go buy your own.
Right.
You talking about he said, although no. That's funny. That's funny what Kellen's saying. I know why you said that. No, it's just Black Americans and white Americans have been in this country the longest. So we have kind of the same issues. But yes, white Americans are complaining because it is affecting them. You're 100% right. It is affecting them. 100%. And if you look in a state like Texas, right? I live in Texas. We have forever talked about people and I'm glad we got people like Greg Abbott here who
Texas got the greatest Senate.
Run crazy in this state. That's why Greg Abbott
told everybody to kiss his ass.
Because we had the election in Texas with Beto O'Rourke, and he was pro-open borders.
Oh my God.
And
I'm glad Beto
Greg Abbott was like, oh no, that's not gonna happen. He's not here. So why you think Beto O'Rourke lost the election? Because he's pro-open borders.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. Any candidate that running in Texas, if you're gonna talk about you pro-open borders, you're not gonna win. Mike says a lot of folks tell you privately Trump 2024. You know what, Mike? That's what happened in 2016. They were, the same thing. They were ridiculing people about Trump, and they're like, I don't know who I'm gonna vote for, and I don't know. And then when election happened, election night, people were shocked when that man won the election.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, I remember.
People think that old people like Republicans. It's not that people like Republicans, especially black people. It's not that black people like Republicans like that. It's the fact is immigration is a huge thing. The economy is a huge thing, and people not willing to accept that. Right. Immigration and the economy. And if you are a black man, immigration is a big issue for you because let's call it what it is. It's a bunch of foreign men coming in and trying to compete for jobs that you already had a hard time getting as a black man. And these foreign men are coming in, these military-aged men coming in, they're willing to work for less money. Now, I'm going to give a warning to these people on the ports right now. They're saying by October 1st, if they don't sign a new agreement.
So they held it off until 2025.
With the union, that they're going to go on strike. I think it's about 43 to 45,000 people.
Yeah, they resolved that bullshit.
I would hold off on striking. And the reason why I would hold off on strike.
They just postponed it. They're going to resume it back in 2025.
Oh, you're talking about the Longshoremen's Union, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
King,
well, plenty of time
right
to stock
now,
up on key essentials.
and you don't have to listen to me, but I'm telling you, there's so many migrant men in this country right now that y'all can go strike if you want to. They got enough migrant men to go take all y'all jobs today. Today. Y'all need to be careful with striking because they can flood those migrant men to all those jobs tomorrow.
They can't do those
and then
jobs.
Y'all really gonna lose out. You thinking these corporations is really gonna let y'all hold up their money because you on strike?
Jobs.
I promise you, they're gonna bust them in and go work those jobs for not what you getting paid, and they're not gonna have no insurance or nothing else. I'm telling you, Biden and them got something for you. Go ahead and strike if you want to. Them migrant men gonna be on them jobs.
Shit, they're not qualified.
You say from New Jersey to Texas, they got a lot of migrants in New York right now. They can bust them all right there to get every last one of them jobs. You strike if you want to. Go ahead and strike.
U.S. citizen.
This is not the time to be demanding right now in this economy. It's kind of hard to be demanding a certain amount of money right now. I'm just saying. But with too many of these migrant men running around, they will bust them to them jobs tomorrow. You go ahead and strike if you want to. I'm not saying it because I'm defending corporations. I'm just saying I'm trying to defend y'all jobs.
Even speak English? Like, nah.
They hope y'all strike so they can bust in all those migrant men to go take every last one of them jobs y'all got. Who's to say they're not training the migrant men right now to do them jobs? And y'all go strike, you're gonna see a bunch of buses show up with them migrant men getting those jobs. I don't know why y'all think these folks playing with y'all. Well, you think we shouldn't get more money yet? Hey, if they can afford to give you more money, go ahead. But I'm just telling you, be careful on any of these jobs right now with all these migrant men and women that's here. They will gladly go take your job.
Yeah.
And you won't get it back. That's the thing. If the migrants, if they busting migrants in and all y'all getting fired, when they do that, oh, we'll sue. Let me tell you something. They'll pay your lawsuit. They'll save more money in the long run paying y'all lawsuit.
And they're going to pay you ignorant motherfuckers on a class action lawsuit.
Hiring them.
And you motherfuckers going to get less than $500.
Y'all union need to move real careful right now.
Yeah, you got to do an individual one.
Move real carefully.
Exactly.
And that's going to be an issue in every job in America right now. You have a lot of migrant people.
That's cool.
Look, have y'all noticed that in the fast food jobs, the few times I've been around those places, I really don't eat in those places. They're not looking like they used to look. I don't see hardly no black people in the fast food working no more. Not no more. It's I'm telling you, the more and more y'all. And listen, I remember they had this one sister from on TikTok saying, "Hey, they are taking the black jobs. I'm in Popeyes. Look," and I started laughing when she said she was in Popeyes. But she said the Popeyes was the black jobs. But, you know, yeah, a lot of black people did work in Popeyes. I do remember that. And they had no black people working when she showed on the video. Right. So, yeah, the migrants going to take over. Just like I covered one video out of Chicago. This one sister said that the migrants are taking over the DoorDash and the Uber jobs. And she said she hardly ever see a black person delivering. Now, this is the thing. The migrants just got here. Yeah, they got cars. They got cars, but you need a credit score. You need a job history. You need all this stuff you need, right? A down payment. You need all this stuff to go get a car. But the migrants come right on in and man, they pulling up a car.
Man, I ain't never
to do DoorDash
car note before in my life.
Because the Democrats are papering them up. But in California, you get a formal apology.
The fuck I would carry a car note for one of these pieces of shit that's designed to fall apart.
They get paper, you get an apology. See, the Democrats and how they move based off of just what they do. And this has nothing to do with one particular candidate. We talking about the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party, it doesn't matter if it's Gavin Newsom, it doesn't matter if it's Brandon Johnson, it don't matter if it's Eric Adams, it don't matter if it's Vice President Kamala Harris, it don't matter who it is. The party is against Black Americans receiving our just due.
Yep.
Okay? That's really what it is. They getting houses. You're 100% right. They're getting houses, and you not getting the house, but the migrants are getting houses. That's really what it is.
Well, think of ignorant bastard.
But this is your Democrat Party.
Shit.
This is the party that's supposed to be our friends, ladies and gentlemen. This is the party that says we can't win elections without the black community, but yet we don't want to give the black community anything. Remember, the migrants don't go out to vote. Technically, they can't vote. So they lean on you to win elections, and they take your vote and give the results of your votes to migrants who don't vote, who didn't fight for this country, who's not paying all these taxes. They're not mass incarcerated. Listen, all that criminal behavior migrants are doing, they're not even being mass incarcerated. You are for jaywalking. Migrants can attack cops in this country. Their gangs to say they got a green light on police officers in this country. If any black gang said they had a green light on any police officer, police department, the FBI would have rounded up every last one of them already. They'd have put them all in jail. They'd have put their baby mama in jail if she was texting them about it. They'd put their mammy in jail. They'd put their grandmama in jail if she was even having a conversation talking about conspiracy, right? But these migrants come over here talking about a green light on police officers. Where's all the raids of them being mass incarcerated in the jail? Where's all the migrants being put in San Quentin? Where they at? Oh, you say it's out there like that in New York City? All the migrants got the fast food job. There you go. Right there. The migrants got it.
This is why we got to build our own infrastructure.
They got it. But that's your Democrat Party for you. The Democrat Party has an agenda to accelerate migrants in this country. Trust me, this came from the top.
Yep.
They say, hey, get them in here because for whatever reason they want them here, but they're flooding them in. And do you know there was a news story just come out that Joe Biden is fast tracking U.S. citizenship applications in a way they've never seen before. So he's trying to, and I told y'all they was going to do this. They're trying to make everybody legal quick as possible before they get out. They're fast tracking.
Cheap labor.
So now they'll be able to vote in the election because they'll be a citizen at that point. See what I'm talking about? And if Vice President Kamala Harris get in office, she's going to continue that agenda because she don't really think about too many things on her own. So the power players in the Democrat Party behind the scenes, that's not her, right? Because it's not really her if you do put her in office. Just like it wasn't really Joe Biden. It's those Democrat power players that's doing all the decision making. So if you want another 4 years of this, well, you know who you're gonna vote for.
Hell no.
And if people don't like I'm saying it, well, I ask them this question: what is the benefit to Black Americans? All these influx of migrants, especially to the black man. What is the benefit to the black man?
Benefit, Uncle Phil.
A bunch of military-age males in this country trying to compete for jobs when we already have issues of unemployment as Black Americans. Well, what benefit do we get from that?
I'm a diasporic African, brother.
None. We get no benefits from that. So why are you telling us to support something that we get not a tangible, and I say tangible, we do not get a tangible benefit? It's not like these people come in here and they're allies to Black Americans and all of a sudden they're going to be on our team and now we got these big numbers of people because now they are allies. They're not our allies. Like the African sister said in the video I played. They mind says they come to take, and I wouldn't even put that on the African migrants like that or Caribbean migrants. I'm talking about all the others because African migrants and Caribbean migrants aren't really getting prioritized like that. When you see these secret job fairs like we covered, we didn't see a bunch of African migrants. We didn't see a bunch of Caribbean migrants. They're not getting all of the benefits like that. Oh, look into it. It is not the African and Caribbean migrants that's getting all these benefits. Now, they talk about the Haitians in Springfield. Okay, fine. But what about all these other migrants that's been dumped in other communities too, like the Ukrainians? They've been dumped in a lot of communities too. The Venezuelans, they've been dumped in a lot of communities, but everything is the Haitians, right? We got, you got to be fair on the criticism. Did I hear about Zelensky wanting the U.S. to send U.S. soldiers to help fight? Zelensky can go to hell. He needs to go to hell. He's a criminal, because how is it that, and we've seen the videos on TikTok from Ukraine. They partying and living it up in Ukraine. They talking about they in war. This dude, listen, I really believe this Ukraine situation is a big money laundering scheme. And our politicians is money using our tax dollars to money launder.
Right.
And they're going to collect, because how is it that he's always running around here, but he's so much in a war with Russia? It seems like Russia ain't fighting you that much. Because Putin got weapons to end Ukraine if he wants to. Oh, he do. Man, Putin got a lot of nuclear warheads. If he really want to end Ukraine as we know it, it will be done. It would be done tomorrow if Putin really wanted to do that. That's why, no, the reason why the U.S. troops would never go is because if U.S. troops go into that, then Putin is going to use his warheads. He already made that threat. Matter of fact, he recently said that if they give them long-range missiles
30 years
and they shoot it into Russia, that he's gonna escalate or a nuclear response because of that. And he's crazy enough to do it. He's crazy enough. And if you do the research off of that, it's called Satan. They have a missile called Satan.
Yep.
And that can literally travel from Russia to New York within about 18 minutes? They can put one warhead on it or several warheads on this Satan missile that he has that can hit New York in 18 minutes. And they have nothing to do to stop it. So you really want to mess with a guy that got something like that? I'm just saying. That's why NATO ain't really went at him like that, because he's ready. Y'all better be paying attention to geopolitics and what countries got nuclear weapons and what countries don't.
Yep.
And then, I don't know why they be talking to that man crazy like that. Like, that man, he's ex-KGB, man.
Right.
That man.
I'm like,
but y'all better study geopolitics. That's very important. Not just domestic issues, but you better pay attention throughout the world.
Yep.
And like, who do you want on the world stage?
Right on, bro.
You can make your choice. Do you think Kamala Harris is going to really be a great representation of America on the world stage? Or do you think Trump would?
No, definitely not.
That's the only thing. Do Trump have a track record of making these countries kind of bend to his will? Because Vice President Kamala Harris, when she was just asked a question, she says a friend in need is a friend indeed. So there you go.
And did that horrible witch-ass cackle.
That's all I'm saying. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the stream tonight, a special stream tonight, right?
All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on California Assemblyman Corey Jackson celebrates a formal apology for slavery as reparations?
What would they give us? The Blacc, right?
Yeah.
Stupid. I don't even know why he tried. He should just, practice in the mirror and do that. We're going to say no to that.
How's it happen, boss? You gave me a plaque.
Pretty much. Yeah, we see the thing is, Black family, what we really got to examine, okay, is this house nigga brain dead syndrome.
Is that what we need to study instead of, the what we already know? We need to study that. That right there is what we need to study.
The Stockholm syndrome?
No, motherfucking.
No, the brain dead syndrome, which is worse. than the Stockholm syndrome.
The democratic shillism.
In love with massa.
Well, that too.
Showing out
because it's a democratic shieldism, as you so eloquently say, Brother Che, that reinforces the ass scratcher house nigga syndrome.
Yeah, that's about it, man. Like, sorry. Like,
exactly.
Like, you shielded it. Like, Black Jesus don't like ugly.
And Russia said they worship Black Jesus.
And the Pope.
And the Pope said he worships Black Jesus.
The Pope said it too.
Yeah, he did.
Is that we're now officially our official stance?
We worship Black Jesus.
He went in the ball.
Well, it says that he had the color of the skin of brass. His eyes was as red as a flame, and he had the hair of lambs. Well, there's only one group of people on this planet that fits that
like
description.
That of bronze, as if they were in a furnace.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. There's only one group of people on this planet that fits that.
We made Black Jesus wrong.
That's us, Shabbat. And
That's
Putin
my point.
Said,
yeah, Putin said it.
Putin said that.
Yeah, even Putin said that.
Putin.
But I heard but I heard some brain dead Negro get up there and say that Putin was doing that.
That Jesus is black.
How did they not remember?
Yeah, man. Like we
Putin literally said we worship Black Jesus.
Yeah, he went in the ball, came out with some treasures. They started showing us. He said our official stance is we now worship Black Jesus.
Yeah, we covered that already.
Show it, please. Just please. Best shit ever. Then the Pope said it too. They went in the vault, came back with some treasures to show us what we already knew.
They must have took the video down.
And the whites were upset. Yeah.
They were very upset. Remember we played their reaction. And, I can't believe it.
Well, we were still mad for it.
Well, that's that house nigga syndrome.
Oh, these are crackers about here. These were crackers.
Okay. Well,
I was upset.
The crackers were upset, Shabaka.
No, okay. All righty.
We're not talking about Ritz.
Well, only thing I can say about that is that
$3. That's what I'm asking for you to donate right now to help me defeat Ted Cruz. The polls show this race is tied.
Were Jesus Christ, his mother, the Virgin Mary, and his people black or white? This has been a long debated question. Europe has always tried to depict Jesus as a fair white man with blue eyes, long blonde hair, and tall height. This was further strengthened by paintings from the 15th century, where Jesus appeared much like a typical European man. But does this prove Jesus was white? Well, not necessarily. The recent 14th and 15th century paintings revealed by Russia prove that Jesus was not white, but black. He, his mother, and the people around him were all black. That's a groundbreaking revelation, questioning why Europe depicted Jesus as white until now. So, what have we found in the centuries-old Russian cellars and vaults? What people have been shown in the paintings found in these vaults that completely change biblical teachings? Let's know about that in this video. Recently, news surfaced that Russian President Vladimir Putin has ordered the relocation of one of Russia's most sacred icons from a museum to a Moscow cathedral. For centuries, these paintings remained locked in vaults, but now the world has the chance to observe them. This fundamentally changes our understanding of Jesus, his mother, and his disciples. These paintings are called the Russian icons, which are collections of hundreds of paintings depicting Jesus' era and his life. In Russian icons, Father Vladimir Ivanov explores Russian iconography in depth, offering insights into the history, symbolism, and spiritual significance of these sacred artworks. Authored by a distinguished expert in the field, Father Ivanov presents readers with a comprehensive overview of Russian iconography, covering various aspects. However, even if the artworks show various instances, they have one similarity. They show Jesus, his mother, people, and even angels as black. Father Ivanov discusses the artistic techniques used in Russian icon painting including the application of egg tempera paint, gold leaf, and traditional iconographic methods such as hieratic composition and stylized forms. Examining the role of icons in Orthodox devotional practices, including veneration, processions, and their use in private and public worship, the book illuminates the profound impact of icons on believers' spiritual lives. Some of the paintings even depict the pre-Jesus era. For example, Andrei Rublev's Trinity illustrates the biblical story of three angels visiting the patriarch Abraham at the Oak of Mamre, as described in the book of Genesis. Within Christian belief, this event represents the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, revealing themselves to Abraham as three guests. However, there is something shocking in this painting. The complexion of all those present in the painting is dark and black. A famous painting, Savior in a Golden Riza, typically features an icon portraying Jesus Christ adorned with a golden riza. In Orthodox Christian tradition, a riza is a metal covering or frame that embellishes an icon, often made from gold or silver. The primary focus of the painting is Jesus Christ, depicted in the traditional Orthodox iconography. He is commonly depicted with a halo around his head, symbolizing his divine nature. His facial expression may vary, often conveying compassion, serenity, or solemnity, reflecting his role as the savior and spiritual guide. Interestingly, Jesus is depicted in a dark brown or black complexion. The golden riza surrounding the icon of Jesus is intricately designed, featuring elaborate patterns, engravings, and sometimes gemstones. It signifies the reverence and value attributed to Christ's image in Orthodox worship. Moreover, the riza serves as a visual reminder of the magnificence and majesty of God, reinforcing the belief in Jesus as the divine Son of God. Then comes the painting Theotokos of Vladimir, which is deeply revered within the Orthodox Christian tradition. It depicts the Virgin Mary, also known as the Theotokos, cradling the infant Jesus in her arms. The term Theotokos translates to God-bearer or Mother of God, highlighting Mary's role as the mother of Jesus, who is believed to possess both human and divine nature. Interestingly, both Jesus and his mother appear non-white, with their complexion leaning toward black color. Mary has a calm expression in the painting, tenderly holding Jesus, supporting his body with one hand while gently caressing his cheek with the other. Jesus is portrayed as a young child, often extending his right hand in a gesture of blessing. Among the Russian icons found in the vaults is Ustyug Annunciation, a painting that completely redefines angels' appearances. This painting portrays the Annunciation, a significant event in the Christian tradition where the Archangel Gabriel informs the Virgin Mary that she will conceive and give birth to Jesus, the Son of God.
Without raising taxes, our Aurora Public Schools can provide the first-tier education our children deserve. We can make APS a destination district. Without raising taxes, you can make a difference. Vote yes on 5A and 5B.
Vote yes on 5A and 5B.
As the Ukraine-Russia war drags on, Russian President Vladimir Putin has decided to move one of Russia's holiest icons from a museum to a Moscow cathedral. This arises a debate around Putin's growing reliance on the church. More on this in our next report.
We worship Black Jesus.
Emphasizing on the importance of the holy icon, Putin ordered Andrei Rublev's Trinity be transferred to the Russian Orthodox Church from Moscow's Tretyakov Gallery for a year. The relocation of Russia's most well-known icon highlights how closely the war has intertwined politics and religion. Trinity is a 15th century artwork which is all set to take its place in the Cathedral of Christ the Savior. The icon depicts the Oak of Mamre, where the three angels visited Abraham in the book of Genesis.
Троица – это главный памятник русской культуры. Нечто подобное у нас вот есть за спиной, только только в другой стране, это соборы Московского Кремля. Ничего подобного у нас нет. Троица более 600 столетий. Никто не знает ее точной даты, никто, опять же, не знает, точно ли.
The researchers of the Russian Orthodox Church are arguing that this transfer of icons is a political move on behalf of Putin. He wants to keep the church on his side in this war by showing his respect to the religious institution. The West claims that Putin is framing the war as a battle for the survival of Russia, to which the researchers further demand that he needs to prove that the war is not his personal military activity, but that there is a higher metaphysical mission in Russia that he is trying to fulfill. In the past, several Russian propagandists have used Christian symbolism about fighting the devil. They have even used Antichrist symbols to rally support for a war that has gone on much longer than the expectations. The West says that it just wants to help Ukraine defeat Russia on the battlefield. But not at the cost of destroying Russia. On the other hand, Patriarch Kirill of Moscow, who is a close ally of Putin's, is portraying the war as a metaphysical battle for Russia's survival. Survival.
Damn it, that's what him said.
The motherfucker there, the church is like, no.
Mm-hmm.
That, no. You can kill Russia's soul.
Mm.
You better not say
So we watch a Black D there?
It's like, but it's here.
It's in the vault.
With all of this shit is over here, I got control of everything. Can't tell me what to say.
What is it?
Jesus, go back up. What is it?
Lawrence the West, he isn't bluffing.
Yeah, he's serious.
Oh, delusional speech. No, that's not it.
No. He's scrolling down. Say to be good. No.
Oh, Black Jesus creates outrage. That was 10 years ago, though. That's something else.
It's not like that was funny either. Not funny. But he was not being funny. He was serious.
He said we watch a Black Jesus now. I must have scrubbed the internet with.
Of course he did. But we know he said it, so. Hope delivers strong. What did he say?
That was years ago.
Orthodox Church.
Yeah, that was years ago.
Well, the white, of course not. We told them they didn't want to listen. Most precious, famous pennies. Yeah. Well,
Aldi creamy fontina and smoky prosciutto and low prices makes you wonder why other stores don't want you to have nice things. Bougie charcuterie, everyday low prices. It's an Aldi thing.
Do you know the U.S. solar company's nasty little secret? Well, it turns out if you live in Colorado, they...
The Chinese Foreign Ministry has issued a statement saying China deplores the trade deal between the United States and Taiwan. The spokesperson said that the deal violates the One China principle and the U.S. is trying to hollow it out. This comes after Taiwan and the United States signed the first deal under a new trade talk framework. This will boost ties between both the nations.
Okay, it's the first story, great.
For over a century, visitors have come to Moscow's Tretyakov Gallery to admire the perfect harmony of Russia's famous Trinity painted by the legendary Andrei Rublev in the Middle Ages. This month, President Vladimir Putin handed over the historic icon to the Russian Orthodox Church in a latest sign of the tightening of the alliance between Kremlin and religious leaders.
Damn it. They must have took it down, y'all.
I think they did take it down.
They did.
But he
We
said
played
that.
it like, I don't know how many times I think it's hilarious.
He just said that. Exactly a year ago, he said it.
Yeah. We was like, yeah, he said it. So, nothing like that we didn't know.
Hey, now worship Black Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this gonna be it right here. No.
Vladimir Putin.
That's when he went to Ukraine. Illegally annexed.
Yeah.
Alright, I spent too much time looking for this. But yeah, he did say he worships Black Jesus now. So that's what they're upset about.
Bullshit, really, you can't find it.
Yeah, they scrubbed the internet of that.
Are you serious about the shit? He was like,
all right, well, to hell with Corey Jackson. He needs to get goddamn recalled, vote his ass out.
That plaque needs to be broken into like a million wood pieces.
Yeah, the hell with that damn
like
plaque.
Thrown at him like confetti.
They shoved that plaque up there behind us.
Like, apology. Are you apologizing all the way up to today? And then tomorrow, and then the next day, and the next day. Like,
they already issued an apology under Clinton.
Yeah,
they can say their apology, cut the goddamn check.
Pretty much.
Oh, we're sorry that we allowed your ancestors to be enslaved for 247 years.
And kept you brain dead for the next 500 years.
Oh my gosh, fuck it.
It's the other way around. I mean, I think they want their shit quick. It's the other way around, and we enslaved them. They definitely want their reparations as soon as they're conscious.
We haven't been out of slavery longer than we were in it.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I was like, what if the shoe was on the other foot?
Right.
They want their shit right there.
They don't ever, like J.D. Wentworth, they want their money now.
Right.
All right, well, moving along, we had Hurricane Helene. Survived.
Okay.
Denied $750 in relief. Go off on Kamala.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that's the most important thing I would like to do is continue voices be heard, because their voices typically aren't heard. The voice of the people typically isn't heard when it doesn't fit a particular or specific narrative. When we're talking about the DNC,
how could the government do us like this, and how could the whole country just forget about us? Like, it's not enough. What is being done is not enough. I mean, there are entire communities that have been just decimated. There is, I mean, where is our government?
Subscribe to the like page.
I mean, for Kamala, and I am an avid supporter for her to stand in Florida today and make a statement. Where is our government?
Hey guys, for those that don't know, I'm at the foothills of the Western North Carolina mountains. And
goddamn earthquake.
Everybody in my area that I've talked to, including myself, who applied for the $750 assistance payment from FEMA, has been denied. Okay.
Rumble, ground, rumble.
They've denied us.
They denied us.
Okay. So here we sit. We've thrown out all of our food because we had no power for 5-6 days. Some still are without power. Here we sit. Limited resources in the store, and they have denied our $750 resource check. So yeah, how do you like that?
I just saw the video of Kamala Harris in my hometown, Augusta, Georgia, speaking to people like everything's going to be okay. She's sitting here telling us that go online, apply. Well, okay, hundreds of us still don't have power, internet services. Sure, we can get to it. We can fight. We can apply. We can get on it for immediate assistance. Well, I went on because we split. We went to Columbia right away and got our hotel room. Now, luckily, we're in an Airbnb. This is a place that we get to live. I get to give my kids some hot water, some power, some food, just some comfort, something to help them know that this is going to be okay while our house is back home destroyed and filling up with water. The floors are caving in. Hundreds of people. That's happening to everybody around the city. Like I said, we still don't have water, still don't have power, slowly it's getting restored. And I think all the linemen that are out there working so hard from all the other states, they're the only ones that are actually getting things done, not the freaking government, because you're telling us to go online to FEMA and apply, and you'll get immediate help for $750. Well, okay, I went on FEMA, I applied, and I immediately got denied.
As he stated, he immediately got denied. As the woman stated before him, she and her family and those in her community were denied. But once again, the voice of the people that are speaking right now, they don't fit a particular narrative, and we can just cast them away as, you know, MAGA toe-loving Trump supporters whose views and concerns and reality doesn't matter, right? Because when you're going up against the narrative that we would like to hear, whatever it is that you're saying, even living in the eye of the storm, it means absolutely nothing. And what the DNC will turn around and do is that they will turn around and tell you that everything is okay when it clearly isn't. Let's take a quick listen to what Alejandro Mayorkas had to say recently when he was confronted with the complaints of the people, saying that enough is not being done. We're being denied the $750 when we apply. Alejandro Mayorkas, what do you think about this? What do you have to say? Here is what he had to say.
Despite all the proactive things that the federal government did and its response, the sentiment, according to my colleagues on the ground from people, is that the federal government is not doing enough to help. Where are they? Where is the help? What is your message to those people?
I would say the following, that we are there and we will continue to be there, and we will reach the most difficult to access locations. We are relentless in our efforts to ensure the safety and security of all.
We don't care what you're saying. Right. The people are saying, where are they at? The people are saying that we're applying and being denied. Alejandro Mayorkas, and look, doesn't he look like an evil villain? He's telling you everything is fine. FEMA's there, and the people are getting helped. Whatever you're hearing is nonsense. Why? Because it goes against the narrative that we want to push forward. And what's the narrative? The narrative is everything is Donald Trump's fault. I don't know if you knew this, but Hurricane Helene is Donald Trump's fault. And also, I don't know if you knew this, but it looks like FEMA might be going broke because of Donald Trump. Don't believe me? Well, I don't know. Let's hear what Karine Jean-Pierre has to say, and I'll let you all be the judge of whatever it is that she's trying to articulate.
GoForms makes it easy to digitize documents or build new digital forms from scratch.
Former President Trump is accusing the Biden administration of using FEMA funding to support undocumented migrants. How is the White House responding to that?
I mean, it's just categorically false. It is not true. It is a false statement. And look, the fact of the matter is, I think Washington Post fact checker did a piece, and the headline recently, just moments ago, not too long ago, and the headline was, "No, Biden did not take FEMA relief money to use on migrants, but Trump did." I'll leave it there.
Stop the cat. Yeah. Jesus Christ, stop the cat, guys.
We're living in a bizarro world. We're living in a bizarro world. People on the ground are telling you we're being denied assistance when we apply for the measly $750. The help is not around. We can't find it. We don't see it. Alejandro Mayorkas dismisses all that. No, that's not true. Help is there. They must be MAGA, so pay them no mind. It's literally a fact, as much of a fact that 1 + 1 = 2. It is a fact that FEMA has spent funds on the migrant crisis. That is literally a true statement.
It's just categorically false. No, Biden did not take FEMA relief money to use on migrants.
So FEMA regional administrators have been meeting with city officials on site to coordinate available federal support from FEMA and other federal agencies. Funding is also available through FEMA's Emergency Food and Shelter Program to eligible local governments and non-for-profit organizations upon request to support humanitarian relief for migrants.
Corinne Jean-Pierre, when asked a very direct question concerning whether or not FEMA has spent money on the migrant crisis, literally lied to your face and then pointed to a Washington Post fact check to which she stated that Biden didn't spend FEMA money on migrants, but Donald Trump did.
Oh my God.
I want to play this one last time in closing because this is complete insanity.
Right.
Thank you. Former President Trump is accusing the Biden administration of using FEMA funding to support undocumented migrants. How is the White House responding to this?
I mean, it's just categorically false. It is not true. It is a false statement. And look, the fact of the matter is, Washington Post fact checker did a piece, and the headline recently, just moments ago, not too long ago, and the headline was, "No, Biden did not take FEMA relief money to use on migrants, but Trump did." I'll leave it there.
That was the New York Times wrote that though. She's repeating it.
Join us this Tuesday, y'all. Chris Buckley's Black Experience in Hannah.
Get with us. Get with us.
With all that being said, that does it for today's news. I don't know how you even respond to this. Everything is Trump's fault. Everything is. FEMA has allegedly, ran out of money. Well, they didn't allegedly run out of money. That's literally what Alejandro Mayorkas stated out of his own mouth, that they ran out of money.
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
And apparently, it's Donald Trump's fault. FEMA doesn't have enough money to cover hurricane season in 2024, in which Donald Trump is not the president of the United States. He's not balancing or creating any federal budgets, none of that. But apparently FEMA doesn't have the money because of Donald Trump. Okay. Once again, with all that being said, that does it for today's news. I want to thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way.
Another reason not to do it.
Please hit the like button on the way in to Frontline Black News.
I wouldn't do it. That right there, that's like our lifeline.
Yeah.
Because they the efforts. I mean, we're supposed to have FEMA late. We're supposed to have FEMA. Well, guess no FEMA.
FEMA's broke. They can't pay for the hurricanes.
Get your shit together.
Right.
We all we got.
And Sabaka always says, all right, Sabaka, what's your thoughts on this real quick?
Man, it's a bunch of bullshit, man. You know what I'm saying? Straight out. And the more reason for us to become self-sufficient. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the only thing I could say about it, man. I mean, these motherfuckers here is up here waiting on FEMA. You got to understand, our hearts go out to our people in the South who are hurricane victims, and what it is to you, those of the, how should I say, descendants of the antebellum South. This is the spirit of their ancestors wreaking havoc on your stinking asses.
Yep. So next one is about the damage. I'm gonna put the damage and come back to this again. I'm feeling with a more in-depth update on this. But first, let's see how damaged this Florida town was, which is probably a sundown town.
Right.
Want healthier, stronger, shinier hair? Tired of products that don't work for coily or kinky hair?
One storm can be.
Lisa Cabrera.
Well, look like
we got to get her on the podcast.
Our satisfied customers and see the difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at Florida after Helene. And it is a wreck down there as well. You know, right now, North Carolina is probably getting most of the publicity, you know, because of what has happened there. Well, look like the Keys, they got their butts handed to them down there in Key West. Woo!
Well, hopefully they tore
I was
up
just
the
looking at a lot of the
house.
structures are completely gone.
Well, that's Tallahassee, Shabbat.
Nothing standing.
Oh.
And it just goes to show you how powerful one storm can be and how it can be devastating.
Oh, by the way, Shabaka, there's another storm on the way.
Y'all, you know, probably in the winter time, the equivalent to a hurricane is a nor'easter. And a nor'easter can be devastating as well, you know, and we experience that where it brings the rain, the snow, the ice. I've seen some that are brutal, but Helene, man, I don't know what other storm can come behind this that can match it. This one was pretty devastating. And when you look across the states that,
well, it looks like Milton,
you know, the path of the hurricane, it just left so much destruction everywhere. You know, they may tell you, oh, we'll clean up, we'll do this, that they rarely, let me tell y'all something. One thing I learned in my lifetime, just observation, when whole towns are wiped out, they don't come back.
Or Ian.
They don't rebuild this. Yeah. They don't. They're not going to rebuild anything in this area. People are going to have to just move on.
That shit.
Yeah, they're going.
And I know a lot of people think, "Oh no, they'll just build this." No,
they won't.
They really won't. They won't. These folks, y'all, just looking at all this destruction.
Yeah, folks.
These folks are talking about putting their homes up for sale. No defense. I wouldn't buy them houses down there, especially in these areas that were hit. I wouldn't buy anything down there. And plus, I have relatives in Florida. My uncle, he has been down there since, I think, the 60s. That's when he moved to Florida. When he told me what he paid in homeowners insurance, it's like quadruple the amount that I pay. I mean, it's ridiculous. Just the homeowners insurance alone down in Florida is ridiculous. Yeah. So in a Florida town ravished by storms, homeowners all want to sell. But who will buy? That's my question. So, you know, they're talking about some of these people just moved down there, not even 10 years ago. But one family said they've already gone through 2 hurricanes since they've been down there, and they already had enough. They are now ready to pack up and leave their 4-bedroom home and never look back again.
Never.
So it was bad enough going through one hurricane, and then it happened again. Like many others in the community, they're saying they're now putting their homes up for sale after seeing little interest, even after cutting the price on some of the houses down there. Yeah, I mean, no, I just couldn't see starting over all the time, you know, and you're not going to get the help that you think you're going to get. When Hurricane Michael went through there, I was showing the aftermath, and even months later, people were still living in tents. They weren't getting any help.
That's how they was living after Andrew.
Which I'm not shocked. You know, I think some people think, you know, this government will grab you up and put you up somewhere, and you'll be astonished that you're pretty much on your own. You are on your own. So Tampa Bay metropolitan area, which includes St. Petersburg, the real estate boom nearly doubled median home values like back in 2018 until June this year. They said young people used to flock to the region looking for, you know, affordable housing. So that area became really big. The population soared at one point in time. Well, ballooning homeowners' insurance costs and perennial threat of violent storms, the market soured. The market soured down there. There are a few places that the turnaround has been more dramatic than in low-lying communities up and down the coast of Florida that frequently flood. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's a tourist state. So you got all kinds of attractions down there, and, you know, it is beautiful. I've been there before. You know, I've been there a couple of times. But to live, no, I don't think I could. So the Tampa Bay housing market has been softening even before the hurricane struck. While prices were flat, the area experienced a 58% increase in supply in August compared with a year ago, a 10% decrease in demand. So people are not demanding to live down in Florida like they once used to. At one point in time, yeah, a lot of people want to, you used to always hear people, oh, we're going to move to Florida. Oh, we're going to retire in Florida. We're going to Florida. You know, used to always hear people talk like that. Yo, I'm going to sell my house here and I'm going to go down to Florida. That's where I'm going to retire. Yeah, I used to hear that all the time when I was coming up. But I have to tell you, for the last few decades or two, I haven't heard people talking like that anymore. I don't hear people talking like that no more. So now it's so bad. They said half of the homes listed for sale in Tampa experienced price reductions. And even with price reductions, people are still not jumping at the chance to buy.
For what? Who the hell wants to see that goddamn house
was
float down?
already headed in the direction before the hurricane hit. The hurricane may compound the market dynamic. So they're saying they know whenever these hurricanes pass through, it devastates sometimes the housing market. You know, people are afraid to move into a location where they see all of this debris and homes completely lost, businesses completely lost after a storm. I mean, when you see this, you're not going to be that encouraged to move down there. Wow. This is really bad. This is really bad. So y'all, I mean, I know there are people saying they had enough and they're putting their homes up for sale. After looking at this, would you run down there to buy?
Not that house.
Seriously, would you run down there? And they're telling you these areas are very prone to flooding. Just knowing that and just looking at Hurricane Helene go through there, would you say, I'm going to seize the opportunity and go down there to live? So they said about 7 years ago,
job too to live down there.
you could get a house for about $350,000. That same house in the same location down in Florida, today's price is $800,000.
Oh God!
Got your goddamn mind.
Mm-hmm.
That's
That is crazy.
So, one person said they moved down there and their insurance premium back in 2020 was $880 a year. And said from 2020 till now that same person is paying $3,300 a year. And that short period of time. Wow. And, you know, this impacts everything. It impacts people's jobs. I mean, some people's jobs got swept away with the hurricane, and schools down there. You know, I did hear about some damage to schools, and, you know, this really is something that you got to take into consideration if you plan on moving to these kind of states, you know, like Florida. Wow, that looks horrible.
Oh man, you're gonna do another week performance, huh?
I guess they are selling and trying to run, huh? Y'all tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell.
What are you buying?
Hurry up and buy. This is debris.
No, cool. Do not do that, Belly. There's no job, there's nothing. Like, but you're gonna clean up and they will pay you, which they're not. So don't do that.
They're not gonna pay you for scraping your home.
No.
Or what's left of your home.
Who's gonna pay you?
FEMA.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I was like, why did I even ask? Why did I even ask? They can't pay themselves.
Yeah, they broke. They spent all the money on the wheels.
Geez, that's not on me. That's not on me.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on?
How can you do that anyway?
Well, she's right. You know, just like you said, man. You know, they can't even give that bullshit away, man. Basically, is what it is. It's so fucked up down there. Yeah. I sure enough fuck wouldn't want to go back down there to that goddamn state.
Right.
Give me a fucking earthquake. I know what to do. I don't know shit about no hurricane.
It's scary as
then you're gonna be up there and be alligator food and water moccasin food and all this old kind of shit. You know what I mean?
It's not worth it at all. It's like
hell no. The state of Florida kissed my ass. I just hope I hope his shit got drenched.
I hope a tree fell on his house again.
You fall asleep over there.
I hope a tree falls on his house again. Like what happened last year or Hurricane Ida. Hurricane Ida went right over.
If a lot of bad things happen, but it's not because, you know, even if that did happen, voting still must happen.
Oh, Lord.
Remember it was election season?
Oh,
the last time they had a hurricane.
Oh, God.
I was like, how are they going to get to vote? And sure enough,
2020.
2 weeks later, they were voting, and everything was all too good.
Oh, my God. Yep. So moving along, I'm still going to update again on Biden-Harris administration giving Americans financial help away to migrants, but blame.
I just went over that.
Briefly.
Are you still looking for your soulmate? Here's how Meet Seniors helps you find them. The 3 ways we connect.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, this is a continuation of the podcast we made last night. We want to take you to the FEMA website to show you exactly what we're talking about. You see, you got a lot of Black Americans out here who is so
Poor Africans.
Foolish. I'm gonna use the word foolish.
You can be there all you want.
And they say that, oh well, y'all talking about that immigration, y'all sounding like right wingers, y'all talking about y'all sound like Trump and all this other, right? Okay. So in order to care about the country, you have to be Trump, right? Well, let's say Trump win. He can only be in office one more time, and that's it. No more Donald Trump, right? We still will be talking about that issue way after Donald Trump. Why? Because our resources should not be going to people that just came across here when Americans have a lot of issues and problems that they need. So when I see people actually caping for FEMA and say, "Oh, y'all don't know how the government works," and all that. Okay, well let's go to the FEMA website and let's look at exactly what they say they gave the money away to. Now, as you can see, FEMA, an official website of the United States government. We take you to the government sites over here. We don't play games. Now they say fiscal year 2024 awards. It says U.S. Department of Homeland Security, which is Mr. Mayorkas there, will provide $640.9 million of available funds to enable non-federal entities to offset allowable costs incurred for services associated with non-citizen arrivals in their communities. So they took $640.9 million and brought it and paid people that dealt with the migrants. Now these hotels, these food services, all these different people, for people that chose to come here now, who chose to come here. It was a choice. They came here by choice.
But they got choice.
They're not in a war zone. We know what a war zone's at in the world. We know, but they're coming here by choice because they can come in here and get some free stuff. And we have a political entity in this country that has some sinister plan. That's why they have an open border policy. But when American citizens right now are saying, hey, we need help with this hurricane, and Mr. Mayorkas is saying, hey, well, FEMA kind of ran out of money. Now what the Democrats are doing is saying, well, it's the Republicans. They the one didn't want to approve more funding. Hold on. Why do you got to approve more funding? Right. The funding was there already.
Right.
The funding was already in FEMA to help American citizens. So because y'all want to spend all the money on the migrants, right? Then you want to say, well, the Republicans, they didn't want to approve more funding. Well, the reason why let's just think fiscally, right? You spend all the money on the migrants. Well, we give y'all more money, you're gonna go spend it on the migrants. That's what the thought process says, I would think.
Yep.
You don't have to be a Democrat or Republican to figure that part out.
Right.
So the Democrats wanted to funnel all this money to the migrants through FEMA. And then when the Americans need it, it's the Republicans. They the ones stopping the funding. It's this Republican and that Republican and that Republican. But actually go ask them why they did it, because it just kind of makes sense. So the money was there to help Americans. It was there, but y'all spent it. That's the thing. You spent it, and now you're pointing fingers. I know the Republicans didn't tell you, hey, take $640.9 million and go spend it on the migrants. I know they didn't tell you that. And if they told you that, please put out the evidence they told you that and they agreed to you spending all the money on migrants. Go ahead and do it. That way, and I report on it. It's no issue, no problem to me. Then we have a different conversation at that point. But these Democrats and what they like to do is they do things and they want to always point the finger about the Republicans, just like with the reparations thing in California. Forever, anytime we say something about reparations or whatever, well, it's Republicans. They the one doing it. Then in California, when it was time to do reparations, right? And then they blocked it. Then a Republican tried to put the bill up and they blocked it. So they couldn't point in California, oh, this is the Republicans. That's the same old tired thing they do. And they always got to point fingers at the Republicans. It took you just 30 seconds to figure out why they blocked you. They know you spent the money on the migrants. And they said that, well, if we give you more money, you gonna just go spend it on the migrants. You're not gonna spend it on the American people. But then the Democrats say, well, you see, they don't care. They want to hurt the American people. No, you hurt the American people by going to squander the money on those migrants. That's how you hurt the American people, because none of those people are citizens. Even on the FEMA website, it says non-citizen. It says non-citizen on the FEMA website. But then you got people, and like I said, I'm not dealing with y'all. Look, this election has made me just so sick and tired of a lot of people. Like I said, I used to do this a lot, but my block finger is back. I ain't blocked people in a long time. But understand, take notice. If you come here with some just asinine things to say, and it just don't even make sense, I'm just blocking you. I'm not arguing with nobody. I'm not dealing with you. I'm just blocking. And I used to enjoy blocking people at one point in time. Oh man, I used to get a kick out of blocking people. Why? Because you can say whatever you want to say, but go do it on your page. Go do it on your social media. You understand? The people I want talking over here is people that have common sense. It doesn't mean they have to agree with me. No. They don't have to agree with me. But the shilling to the point of ignorance, I can't deal with. I don't have the patience to deal with. You have American citizens hurting right now. You have American citizens, I think up to 200 people who have died. And you're more worried about.
Here are, in my opinion, 3 of the worst ways to invest in 2024 and why they could.
Trying to save face because they spent the money on migrants than your fellow American citizen who is hurting right now and who needs something. And I don't care what the media put on there. In all of all those communities, there are black people. There are black people. They may not be getting the coverage, but there are black people that's suffering right in that with everybody else. So at minimum, can you care about your brothers and sisters who are suffering over there? How many black people have passed away in that? Because I know how some of you are. How many black people have passed away? How many black people right now can't get FEMA? And also they're denying people. They say, oh, you make too much money. It doesn't matter how much money you make.
See,
if you are making more money, that means you're paying more taxes, especially under this administration. You're paying more taxes, period. And that's why I don't have patience, just too much more. I'm telling y'all, this election has really got on my nerves. I can't even say 2020 election was like this, and that was in the middle of George Floyd. I can't even say the 2016 election was like this. You know, when Hillary and Trump ran, I can't even say when it was 2012 with Obama and Romney. I don't know what is it about this election. This election has been the craziest and weirdest election I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen this before. 2 assassination attempts on the former president. You had President Biden. He's running. The Democrats force him out, install, Kamala in there. And then when you install her in there, she's selected. Basically, she wasn't elected by nobody in the primary. Everybody in the Democrat Party, the most of them, I guess, are thinking that's okay. And they have set a new precedent. They don't even have to go to the people for no primaries. They can just select their candidates if they want to. But a lot of these people in the Democrat Party are so silly that they don't see the error in that. That is not democracy at all. But we have learned and we have seen, especially with this migrant crisis and the pandemic, this current Democrat Party do not believe in democracy. Chicago, they want to vote on the sanctuary city ordinance. They blocked it. Brandon Johnson and them blocked it, stopping democracy. In Huntington Beach, California, they have voted to want voter ID coming up in the election in November. Gavin Newsom and the Democrats put a law, blocked it. How is that democracy? But y'all say that Trump and everybody else over there is dangerous and they are against democracy. He wants to be a dictator. But last time I checked is that in a democracy, everybody has a voice. How is it this current Democrat Party don't believe in democracy? Because they're trying to always undermine the voice of the people. And these are verifiable things you can go look up. I'm telling you. I don't tell you nothing that you can't go look up yourself, or we haven't even covered right here, or we covered on any of our other platforms. They always claim that somebody else is dangerous. No, they're the dangerous ones. When somebody is against democracy and everybody having a voice in a democracy and claiming you shouldn't have your freedom of speech because you're dangerous, you shouldn't be able to say anything because of their perceived misinformation and disinformation, right? They always calling someone a doggone name. And then you go look at that same party that in California, and you go look at Hollywood, and you go look at the music industry, and it is the most wicked entity ever. And look at the political party they all attached to. Do I have to say anything more about that? We all know what's going on over there in Hollywood and the music industry. I don't have to, touch that, right?
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Wish you had a professional business address and phone number instead of your home address and personal number? Wouldn't it be great if you could read and manage your business mail from anywhere? iPostal One can help. With an iPostal One virtual.
But when you're saying these things and you're showing the truth, they, instead of them having something logical to say, what do they say? Well, what about the Republicans? That's why, listen, y'all, if they ever come to y'all with that, what about the Republicans? That means they lost, immediately lost. They don't have nothing logical to tell you. And just don't respond to them when they say that. Block them. Just block them and move on. Because it's okay to have a logical conversation with somebody who's logical. And maybe even if that person don't know, or they unsure of something, they just asking questions, and so you're doing that. But if they start off, what about the Republicans? Well, what Trump is going to do for you? He's not going to do no different than what Kamala going to do for you. First and foremost, I don't need Trump to do nothing for me. I don't need Kamala to do nothing for me. The only thing they need to do for me is make it easier for me to live. Make sure this country don't go to hell in a handbasket, things I'm not in control of, right? Don't overtax me and take all my hard-earned money, because the more money I can make, the more money I can use to hire people. And we have done that when we made more money, right? Because I don't benefit from keeping money. I don't benefit from that, because the way it is this: if we keep it, we got to pay taxes on it. So it's better to spend it and hire people than holding it. So I'd rather hire more people and give more jobs when I'm saving money on taxes. Understand? Because that's the way it really works. If you know anything about taxes with business, you better spend it or you're going to be paying taxes. Bottom line. But I want y'all to not waste time. Do not let these people waste your time. The key is reclaiming your time. I'm reclaiming my time. I'm not going to waste time even giving energy to anybody like that. I'm not going to argue with these people. I'm going to hit block and let them go by their business. Go in your echo chamber. You can't come around me talking like that, because I'm going to cut you off immediately, because you have nothing to say. Because when I'm presenting facts to you about what your party has done and how they're anti-democracy, and then you're going to sit up here and talk about what this is going to do, what that we're going to do. And they keep, and this is another thing. If they mention Project 2025, I'm blocking you too. The reason why I'm blocking you, because you're lying. You're lying. And then let's talk about the one of the main authors of Project 2025 endorsed Kamala the other day. Why aren't we talking about that? Endorsed Kamala the other day. But you notice they're not talking about that. Now, any other Republican that's endorsing her, see, these Republicans endorsing me. But that Republican you're not talking about? I think that's interesting. You're not talking about that endorsement? Right? Y'all keep letting them lie. Like, my thing is, tell the truth. There's a lot about Trump that you could talk about that's truthful. Take policies from his website and form your arguments through that. Then that's truthful. You could take whatever is truthful about him, talk about it. But this Project 2025 thing, they keep saying and fear-mongering. And the reason why they're fear-mongering you, because they'll have no policy wins. If they have policy wins, they don't have to fear-monger you, because they didn't do nothing for you or me to make our life easier. Think about it. Our life is harder now. It's harder than what it was 4 years ago. It don't matter what them Democrat shills say. Now, them shills want to pay $20 for gas in the next 4 years. Let them do it if they want to, but I don't want to pay it. I don't want to pay it. If the Shields want the migrants to come move into their house, let it happen. But I don't want our fellow dollars being tapped away from migrants or for foreign wars. We had no foreign wars 4 years ago. When these people got in, now there's two that they're funding and the migrants. What about the American people? So please do not waste your time even responding.
More reason
to
for
those
black
people.
folks to worry about themselves.
Because listen, I was told a long time ago, you don't go down to somebody else's level. You bring them up to yours.
That's right, Uncle.
You understand? And just responding to them when you know they have nothing really to say, it's just bringing them down. You going down to their level at that point. They have to come up to yours. Where's yours at? That's where the factual things are at. It's no name calling. It's nothing accusatory. It's none of that. It's only factual conversation you can have.
Go lower.
You're not going to lie. Because when you lie, you got to go. Don't let people lie to you. Don't let people deceive you. Don't let that. You cut that off immediately. Okay? But
I don't know.
They still going to give an excuse. Even though I showed this on the FEMA website, they're still going to give an excuse. They're going to lie. They're going to do what they want to do. But like I said, if I catch you lying, I catch you just pulling the same old shilling, like I said, if I see it, I'm blocking you. I have no problem.
After the election, we'll know already. And we should put them on.
Well, they should be fired. Should
Like
be immediately
everybody,
canceled.
Everything.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, like I've been saying all along, Brother Paris, okay, is that we need to do for ourselves, man, and fuck these other motherfucking groups, man, because they ain't doing shit for us. They ain't gonna do shit for us. They come to our goddamn.
What are your thoughts on at all? Yeah.
My thoughts on who?
What are your thoughts on FEMA running out of the money?
Oh, okay. Well, see, they're full of shit, okay? Is because what they need to do, if they didn't spend that money due to these goddamn kiss-ass, black-ass mayors of they giving all that fucking money to them goddamn migrants, they wouldn't have that problem. That's just the basic law of mathematics.
Right. And then what are your thoughts on them trying to blame it on the Republicans?
No, well, with this here being an election year, Brother Paris, election time is bullshit time. And this is what we're doing our story on October the 8th, man, to continuing the discussion on the scam election of 2024. Okay, it's because when I sat up here and I looked at this stupid Donald Duck go to the same goddamn place where he got shot at, man, and do you know that son of a bitch sat up there and spoke for 3 hours talking bullshit? I couldn't believe that shit. I was looking at that stupid motherfucker, man. I'll fall asleep, wake back up, some bitch still up there. Babble. Nothing is done. Talking loud and saying nothing.
Yeah. Oh.
Motherfuckers up there babbling. I don't dig that motherfucker who stands up there and babbles. Because you ain't saying nothing.
What's really shocking is nobody's ever talking about it. Again, nobody brought it up again. Like somebody tried to take them out twice.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Che, ask yourself this. Allegedly, they had 2 assassination attempts on this motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
Why is he? Okay, hold it. But why is he going back to the same goddamn place that they shot at his ass at? It don't add up.
I wouldn't be there. I wouldn't go anywhere. But look, the security still looks like less than. It doesn't even look like he added security. It looks like he's just walking around without anybody. Look like he got less. I mean, this looks like a whole bunch of lies in this. I don't know what kind of matrix we're living in on this moment, but
we're living in bizarre world.
Shit don't look right. I mean, he's like just mobbing around, doing whatever. You know what I mean? He goes back there, he's chopping it up. I mean, it don't even look like he has security anymore. At all. I mean, when he went down to go talk to the hurricane victims, I mean, I just thought this was all kind of like, sappy people that just set up the mics and the cameras and shit, you know? And they like no security, like try to keep them safe and.
I mean, that babbling idiot got up there talking that bullshit, okay? And where he's getting the speech writers from.
Naked ass Trump up there. Hey, Shabaka, is the naked puppet still up there in Las Vegas?
Is the what now?
The big ass naked Trump, is it still up there?
The big ass naked Trump?
Yeah. The marionette?
What do you mean?
Oh my God, you see
the marionettes, Shabaka.
They're like fucking huge, big ass. It's right there on the edge of Las Vegas right now.
Okay, on what corner?
I don't fucking know.
She don't know what to talk about here.
I don't know the name of it.
Let me ask you this: is it off of Las Vegas Boulevard?
Oh, like in the desert, like right off the desert. Just you gotta type it in. See what I'm talking about.
You got me going off on these tangents because
it's a big ass motherfucking white statue of Donald Trump naked, hanging out there.
I think I saw some bullshit like that on the damn internet. Yeah, this probably still here.
But it's right there on the edge of Las Vegas. It's on tour.
Damn.
Oh, God. Stupid.
Well, Nevada definitely is going to go Trump. And also, too, for those of you in Nevada that's checking us out, they got this clown up here named Scam Brown.
Oh, yeah, it's still up here.
That bullshit. Wait, show that picture again, brother Chad. I think I did see that bullshit.
It mysteriously disappeared. Yes, it did. That's what they said.
Clark County issued a statement about the statue of former President Donald Trump that was built in the desert. Someone built this near I-15 and the Speedway. We still don't know who, though. The county statement says that this was built on private property, and county officials did not give a permit for it. The statement goes on to say that property owners took the statue down soon after Commissioner Marilyn Kirkpatrick contacted them with that request.
Damn. You see how asinine this shit is, man? Fuck the commercial.
All right, well, moving along, because we're definitely pressed for time now, and I got to get ready for the food bank.
Yeah, that's right. You got the food bank tomorrow, yeah. And it's 1 o'clock where you at.
Yeah. Biden Harris insults Americans by giving $750 to hurricane victims after just giving $8 billion to Ukraine.
Whoa. Oh, yeah, that's
well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, we know that Hurricane Helene has been very devastating, for people in America. And I will say this, as a person who's dealt with many hurricanes over the course of my life, my heart prayers go out to all those people.
Jay Milliton, what's going on? What's cracking with you, man?
Your home destroyed, or if your home did survive, worry about looters. There's so many different things to worry about living in these hurricane zones. But 7 days ago,
with this dude, man.
Your President Biden and the Biden-Harris administration, they recently gave more money to Ukraine. Case in point, look at it on the screen. Biden announces $8 billion in military aid for Ukraine. They just keep giving money upon money upon money to all these different countries. They never prioritize Americans. But when it's time to prioritize American citizens, ladies and gentlemen, when it's time,
you talking about the Peckerwood.
What do you get? Do you get billions? Do you get that?
On the locks.
Let's let you hear what Vice President Kamala Harris say that you're going to get. Because if Ukraine can get billions, well, shoot, right?
And the federal relief and assistance that we have been providing has included FEMA providing $750 for folks who need immediate needs being met, such as food, baby formula, and the like. And you can apply now for anyone who's watching this who has been affected. There are FEMA personnel who are going door to door to interact personally with folks, especially those who do not have electricity, but also that electricity can be applied for online. And
Trump signed his medical records.
Basically verify your address, and then the process should take hold.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So as you heard, you're only going to get $750 if you're a family. $750.
That ain't shit.
We know the inflation is so horrible in this country. that what's $750 going to do for someone in a horrible situation like that? Case in point, look at it on the screen. You see these scenes on the screen here as they come up. What's $750 going to do for that? How $750 going to fix that? That's what I want to know. And it's not just the damage that you see is the loss of work. It is the loss of your kids' school and all different things that has happened. How $750 is going to fix any of this that you're seeing right now on the screen? But you can sit up here and give Ukraine $8 billion, ladies and gentlemen, $8 billion. But American citizens are told, well, you only get $750. That's all you're getting. You're not going to get those billions. On top of all of that, the migrants are getting way more than $750 per month. You understand? They're getting thousands in EBT. They're getting thousands in food stamps. And they decided to come over to this country, ladies and gentlemen, because they wanted to, right? This is the country that you are in. This is the country that you pay taxes in, right? But $750, ladies and gentlemen, that is good enough for you. Now, we got this election coming up. I don't know why any American, no matter where you come from, right? American citizens who are in this country, you mean to tell me that Vice President Kamala Harris, you want that? You want a continuation? Listen, that administration is America last. We need people in office that's Americans first, who are not warmongers, who's not just trying to send billions and billions and billions of dollars overseas, and they say screw the American people. These politicians are in office to serve you and me. And they're serving all these other interests, but you and me. You understand what I'm saying?
Politicians out to serve themselves.
$750. What is a person or family gonna do with $750? They can't do nothing with that. But anytime Ukraine needs some money, here you go. Anytime Israel needs some money, here you go. You're just cutting them in the billions. Every time we look up, you keep doing it. You give them money like you giving them $100 or something. And it's ridiculous. The American people got to say enough with the foreign aid, enough with the foreign wars. That money needs to stay right here in the United States of America. And listen, the only way that's going to start, American people got to put their differences aside. And I know we all got differences, but put your differences aside and understand everybody's suffering with the inflation. Everybody's suffering about these foreign wars. Everybody's suffering. When it comes to this hurricane, with the stuff like.
What's the disagreement?
Oh, he's saying, okay, yeah, play it back. He says, put an end. Wait a minute. Yeah, go back about 30 seconds. I'll shut up.
Okay. Need to stay right here in the United States of America. And listen, the only way that's going to stop, the American people got to put their differences aside. And I know we all got differences, but put your differences aside and understand everybody's suffering with the inflation. Everybody's suffering about these foreign wars. Everybody is suffering when it comes to this hurricane. When stuff like this happens, it doesn't just touch one community, it touches all communities. What? You understand? And people are saying that they're trying to get the $750 and getting denied immediately. So she's lying because people aren't even getting the $750. Some people don't even have electricity or even cell phone service to even try to apply for $750. And if your bank is tore down and destroyed right now, what are you going to do? But they got all this money for Ukraine. The Ukrainians are doing great. We're off of our tax dollars. Ukraine isn't destroyed like that. Don't you believe that lie? I've seen the videos out of Ukraine. They partying and doing everything they want to do in Ukraine right now. But the American citizens, we have to look at the way this government is spending our tax dollars. And
doing the most.
We have to say no. If you're gonna spend billions, you spend it right here with the people here. You in the homelessness. You in the hunger. You can do that. That's not hard to do. All the billions you're giving Ukraine, you can easily do that. They ain't gonna
do it, Uncle Phil.
Right here.
Ever walked down a street and felt a twinge of fear? In a world where danger can be anywhere, how do you ensure
the commercial?
If y'all see how the Biden-Harris administration is handling the longshoreman strike. If you see how they're handling this hurricane response, those are two different crises.
Right, at the same areas. Yeah.
Do you really want to trust her
to
continue in this country? $750.
None of these goddamn politicians to be trusted.
You can't wipe your butt with $750 in a situation like that.
For the Colorado
you can't even go rent a hotel long enough for $750. What if your home is completely destroyed? Now you're homeless. You're homeless. So now you got to go get a hotel or Airbnb.
That they're going to charge you.
We have no way of making money and no way for money to come in. How you going to stay in an Airbnb? How you going to stay in a hotel?
On you when you fucking
you look at all the shelters. All the shelters a lot of times are full of migrants.
For the Airbnb for maybe
came over here because they wanted to.
$150 maybe.
Every dime that goes to these migrants should be shut off immediately.
These motherfuckers is out there, man, got the shit to cut your pocket off.
It's going to take the American people saying, hell no. No more money to these migrants. No more money to these foreigners. That's outside the country, foreign wars. Only money to Americans.
Right.
It's going to take every American
goddamn crackers more money than they will give your black ass.
Yes, I'm proud of my brothers and sisters in Chicago who are going in.
Just played
about the migrants in Chicago. But hey, where's the white American? Where's the Asian American?
Oh, okay, that's great news.
That's coming up there just as angry and everything about what's going on up there. New York. Everybody every hand got to be on deck of this situation. But I want people to see this, and I want people to pay attention. You better get yourself out there to vote. You better get this administration out, because Harris is nothing but a continuation of the Biden administration.
Shit, I might smoke
in some ways she's a little worse.
That stupid ass election.
They cannot handle a major crisis. They can't.
A while ago, we can get back to our differences later. We can't
the whole time. Really, they didn't have a major issue.
Yeah, I remember it. I remember that because you were talking about.
You got to remember, this administration allowed China to have spy balloons over this country, and was letting them float around.
That's what
they would have never pulled that mess to Trump.
Fucking us all up. Yeah, Jay Militant, you're right, but fuck the cracker.
$750. That is so offensive. $750. While Ukraine get billions. Boy, y'all should be at that poll so quick. I tell all of y'all, go to early voting. Early voting is where it's at. Go to early voting. Get it over with so you won't be on election day like, oh my God, all these people. No. Go to early voting. Do it early.
How much you paying me, man? I'm from Chicago.
But this administration, it has to go. This administration has been horrible for America. And you clearly see where they prioritize lives. They prioritize lives with foreigners, no matter if they come into this country or outside this country. They are America last. And you need to have candidates in office that's going to.
That's right.
Man,
what the science is showing us is the universe appears to be alive. It appears to be conscious.
Now look at that big ass motherfucker there with all them resources in it. All that gold, all that tungsten. Yeah, it is.
That's all the lights. That's the satellite imagery of the lights.
Okay.
It's so pretty. It looks
okay.
Like a flare.
So Africa is lit up.
Because it's still got all the resources, Brother Che. Brother Che, if that continent right there, sir, decided to go underwater, right? God,
which it won't. But it won't, Shabaka, because it's the only continent that's rooted to the earth. All the other continents move around it.
Yes, sir. I understand that, Brother Che. I'm just speaking hypothetically.
Hypothetically, yeah.
Okay. The whole world's economy would collapse. Russia's, China's, U.S., dump. You know what I'm saying? Other crooked motherfucking tourists. Everyone should hold their vote. How about that U.S. government? Well, see, Jay Militant, man, Jay Militant. I voted in their election, man, from the time that I was 18 until I was 40.
Judges impeached all. In order to do that, we got to vote. We got to vote them out.
Okay, but you see,
a lot of them voted in.
Okay, but as you know, Brother Che, you got judges that are elected, but the majority of the judges are appointed.
Yeah, but
both at the Fed and state level.
And some of them are voted in. The ones that's voted in, we got to get them out.
Yeah, but I think the only ones that are voted in, Brother Che, correct me if I'm wrong, because this is right up your alley. I think it's just the municipal judges.
Yeah, district and county.
Yeah. But the main judges who need to be voted in would be these damn Supreme Court judges, man, at the federal level and at the state level.
That's outside of our purview right there. We have no control over that. That's on the governor and on the president.
I know. And they got it rigged that way.
The only thing we have control over is if it's going to be a Democrat or a Republican. That's about it.
And you're going to lose with either one of them, man. Hey, can you get out here on the ballot in Nevada to be the president?
In 2028.
Yeah, I'll vote for you. Hell, I'll even get out there and campaign for you, man. As fucked up as I am, I'll be out there on my cane, wheelchair.
But the Democrats in Nevada don't want no third party. That's why Dr. Cardell West is on the ballot in Nevada. And Jill Stein, I don't think she's on the ballot in Nevada either. So y'all just got the dump as in human shit. And Kamala will make you holler with her cackling, hyena cackling.
Mm-hmm. Damn. Oh, speaking of Kamala, you know, old Barack Obama came on the tube the other day. If we don't force their hand,
like this is
you're right, Jay Militant. Okay, now you do know that Barack Obama came on the idiot box, man, about 2 days ago, right? Because when he was president,
Lord, they still trying to wheel him out. Oh, Sambo don't.
We know he ain't running for president.
Only people your age, Shabaka, and older give a damn about old Sambo.
Yeah. Now get this.
Lady Che's age and younger, Jay Militant's age and younger, such as myself, we don't give a goddamn about no old Sambo.
Oh, I agree with you, and that's the right decision. But old Sambo comes up there and says is that he had made the statement when he was the prayers that Kamala was the most beautiful attorney general out of all the other 50. He did finally come out and say that Michelle gotten his ass behind that.
Oh yeah, you know she did.
Yeah, I know he was sleeping on a White House couch that night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I wonder if they had the seal of the president of the United States up there on his White House couch.
I wanted to touch on this, but I'm gonna save it till tomorrow.
Oh wait, how long is it?
It's a freaking hour long.
What's about?
VP Kamala Harris says people questioning her blackness are the ones that have a problem.
Man, I can't wait till I
No, lady, please. Please.
Bye.
It's Uncle Phil.
Oh my God. Yeah, you just might as well skip that. We already established it.
So we're getting ready to call it a night.
We got a couple more topics, Shabaka. We got Tulsa.
Oh yeah.
We got Tyre Nichols. And we got our brother, Dr. Mauray Tolbert.
Oh, okay. What's up with Dr. Tolbert?
Oh, that's the last topic. So, the next topic is, well, he has a new book out. He just recently came back from Kenya.
Okay.
He's here to stay.
Okay.
Interview.
What about his house he built?
I think he's in the process of trying to sell it.
Oh, okay. All right. Damn tethers.
Why was he's not going back?
Why?
Okay.
Because they had remember they had all that shit going on in Kenya in regards to Haiti.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, Obama's sister was out there and got hit with the tear gas.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense.
So Lisa's gonna give us the update on. Oh yeah, the baby tiger.
And please, do you have a contact on Lisa?
Oh, the baby lion.
That same region, there's going to be a full lunar eclipse, and what's going on, y'all? And the signs are all there. Did y'all know it was a solar eclipse yesterday?
No.
But it was in South America. There was a solar eclipse yesterday. And I sat on time and date and I just watched it. I didn't, since it was not in this country, I did not broadcast it, but there was a full solar eclipse yesterday. And I believe on the 17th in that same region, there's going to be a full lunar eclipse. And we all know about, the Hurricane Helene that just came through. And I know we're all buzzing about the sundown towns it took out. But y'all try to reflect back to 2018. 49ers and the Raiders playing regular season California, the whole town burnt down in a wildfire. And that was a sundown town. I was reading that when Black families would move there, they play each other. Residents would burn their house down just to get rid of them. They did a lot of wicked stuff to our people in Paradise, California. And that whole place got taken out by a wildfire. And they tried to bring it back again, y'all. Go read. They tried to bring the town back again, and a second wildfire went through there. I'm telling you, when the Most High say you ain't living here again, he truly means it. They ain't living there again. Just go look.
Y'all gonna get
there was and I think it was earlier this year, there was a wildfire in that same area, and the same location got wiped out a second time. And I want y'all to reflect back. Most hurricanes come from those islands and all through the south. So I bet there were many sundown towns that have been hit over these last centuries that we just don't know. About.
Okay, so all right.
I think we're just buzzing about this.
Not this season, maybe next season.
We're aware of these rural areas that are sundown towns, and they all got wiped out.
It's going to be quiet tomorrow.
So, no, because you know why, Wania, you know why North Carolina is not going to recover from this? Because America has never prepared for big things to happen. Even down there in Florida, when they got wiped out real bad, probably more than 20 years ago, we went down there like 10 years later, and the same trailers that people were living in were just all stacked up. They never did anything to get rid of them. They just piled them up in certain areas. So
do the ponies got to play the 49ers?
Used to major disasters. Look at what happened during the pandemic. They can't, Hurricane Andrew. And these America can't handle anything big because they're too busy being racist towards us. So when it comes down to things that really count, they can't handle it. Okay, they don't wasted all their energy in being racist instead of preparing for disasters. So in North Carolina, those rural areas. Now there was a woman that put a video out there on TikTok, and she was at the border of North Carolina and said she could smell the stench
before halftime.
Man, we tied for last place, man. We got a three-way tie for last place in the AFC West.
Stench of the dead bodies, and nobody had gone in there to even get the bodies out. Nothing. They said even when I watched some of the interviews, like you can go to the news stories on North Carolina and the hurricane, and even the people that are being interviewed said nobody has come through there. Nobody has come to help them.
We only play the Chiefs from the AFC West. Well, we need you, Jay Militant, to smash the motherfuckers because they're the only ones who's undefeated in the West.
That's how they are. And usually these sundown towns, they run all next to each other. So you'll have one, and trust me, that's not the only one. A lot of times the neighboring towns are also sundown towns.
Oh, got hillbillies for sure.
And that
Just
Hurricane
like
Helene, I was
Placerville and El
reading
Dorado County
about it. It
and
made
Placer County.
landfall at a
Y'all gonna
Category
lose.
4,
Y'all ain't got no off.
and they
no
said that
defense.
sucker was 600 miles
Who is y'all quarterback?
wide. Now that hurricane was a monster, y'all. 600 miles wide. That is
Yeah,
like
it's gonna be on the second,
insane
all right. Y'all gonna be on
for
the move.
one storm
That streak is gonna end.
to be that
I can't
wide.
wait for the streak to end.
But it was, and if
Lord
you
knows,
look,
so
it went
y'all
right
not sick of
through
goddamn
the
streak.
panhandle and just kept going up like the center of that region around
Y'all
there.
gonna be,
It went all the way up.
just win. We just needed to win.
Yeah, that sucker was 600 miles. I was like, that is absolutely crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And at a Category 4, oh yeah.
We're gonna run the hell out that clock.
Yeah, it's very clear.
Hell no,
Judgment is
Quinn.
definitely here, y'all. It
Damn
is
right,
definitely
Raiders.
here. And then
Damn
now,
right.
look at all
Damn
these things
right.
happening
Damn right,
around the
Quinn.
same time. Now you
Damn
got
right.
the port strike.
Damn right.
All right,
We pirates.
where it's
I
going
don't
to
have
be
no
shortages
We make a ship sail
everywhere.
on dry land.
Y'all
And when I
city
say
didn't want you.
everything comes through those ports, I mean everything comes through
Apparently
those
nobody wants
ports.
you.
America does not
Las
have
Vegas
a
ones.
backup plan
He's
if
playing.
they can't ship
He's playing,
things in
y'all. He
here
ain't no damn Gator fan.
because America don't
He
believe
said
in
Texans.
backup
You know he's a
plans.
Texan fan.
They're too busy trying to
Texans
micromanage
for like
us
down
instead
here
of
with
doing
the
backup
bud.
plans. So
Well,
you
one
gotta
thing,
think
twin,
of
one thing I
everything
will
that's
say
coming
about
through
Great
there,
State Texas.
including
Yeah,
medicines
Broncos.
Ted
that
Cruz
are
popped
coming
him.
from
Ted
overseas.
Cruz popped him a beer and told everybody to kiss his ass.
Every
They're not
good
minister.
you
They're
can think
stallions.
of is
They're
in
stallions.
those ports that are now on strike.
They're the best.
Just look at
around.
everything that's going on. You can't
No.
tell me it's
No,
not
they're bunch of slaves.
judgment.
No.
It is
No.
most certainly
Calves.
judgment.
No.
Judgment is here. It is here, y'all.
No.
It is here.
They're like little donkeys.
Oh my God.
Well, yeah, they said, Wani, I'm glad you brought that up. 1 week on the port strike, right? If they said if they go 2 weeks or beyond, they're not going to be able to get things right until well into 2025.
We about to end y'all streak this year.
That's what they're saying. So you're going to be possibly looking at empty shelves,
I don't want to hear it.
and you won't have access to a lot of things
No, you're gonna be mad.
until 2025.
That's what I like.
That's what they're
about it.
saying.
He told everybody to kiss his ass. He
And
gonna drink him
again,
some
there's
Corona.
no backup plan. And those jobs down there at the ports are so complex. You can't just give something like that to a
Exactly.
migrant
That's what I
because
was
they got to
saying.
know how to work
just
the
can't
heavy
give them people
machinery.
jobs.
And they said they got a lot of very advanced equipment down there. You can't just teach some migrant that kind of stuff overnight.
Right.
You know, it would take them time to even learn it. So you can't just throw migrants and everything, because I hear some people talking and they act like, I know we're way off the subject, y'all. We'll get to the subject. And I know some people talk like they can throw a migrant in anything, and absolutely you can't. There are some jobs that require a lot of training before you can do it, especially longshoresmen. You got to have a lot of training to do a job like that. You can't take some migrant with a second grade education coming across your border, something that complex, and they're going to get it right away. No, it doesn't work that way. And those longshoremen, they know it. They know that you can't just grab up any and everybody and just toss them down there. They know that. They got those shipping containers stacked on top of each other. They know how to get in there and get certain ones out and stuff. You know, they don't work from the top all the time. Sometimes they got to work from different parts and pull those containers out without everything collapsing. That takes a lot of training.
It does take a lot.
So no, you can't just throw a migrant in a location like that and they can get it up and running in no time. No, wrong. Right. Even Amazon is putting out warnings that they will be short on certain things if this thing goes on for a long time. Yes, there are a lot of black shoremen, especially if y'all look at the port like around Atlanta. Oh yeah, those plenty of brothers down here doing that job.
That's tangible.
Plenty of brothers are down there. But you know what, y'all, during chattel slavery, our people were along those areas working the port. So our people actually have a history of being down at the ports working. Our folks were there during chattel slavery. They were working all around those ports, even back then. We weren't just all on plantations and that was it. Our men, a lot of our men and women were around those ports working. They were still importing things even back then. You know, so there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on, but I think what the Most High is doing is brilliant. So, you know, before we knew everything was on a spiritual level. You know, we knew the spiritual war has been going on for a long time, but you see now the Most High has made this physical now. He's made the war physical now, y'all. Pay attention because it is real. It is real. He's making the war on our enemies physical now. And I'm just telling y'all, America has not prepared for anything. They're going to lose this physical war real fast. They're going to lose real fast, y'all.
Tune in that box that I got a circle right here.
So let me get to why we are here. I know I've been babbling a lot, but I'm sorry, y'all. I am sorry. Let me get to the whole point of why we are here.
Let's get to it, Lisa.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there's more hurricanes coming. Remember, the season don't stop until November. And the deadliest, ladies and gentlemen, the deadliest hurricanes come in the fall. The deadliest ones come in the fall. And we are in the fall. We are there. And the Father's wrath is real. It is real. All right, y'all. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, they really try to fuck me up.
Let's see here. And we can get started. Yes, we can.
This ain't the garden. What the hell? How did I end up here?
I know it's get from a lot.
What happened to the kitty?
Come on.
I kidnapped it. Transferred it.
That's the garden kitty.
Don't shit to be all right. So I gave Bucky go back to sleep.
All right, got that.
What kitty treaty?
Yeah. Cat napping.
So you come back and get right.
Instead of kidnapping, it's cat napping.
Literally.
Sorry, I went on Lisa to pull up her screen.
I'm serious. I got all of that.
It's just amazing to see how long many of our folks live. You know, these folks try to always convince us that they live longer than us and we got a shorter life expectancy. And we know that's false. You know, look, I had relatives living well into their 90s and over 100 years old in my own family. And see, you know, these folks hate us so much. All they want to do is tell us negative things about ourselves. And the thing is, that's why I don't let them do that. And as soon as I realize what they're doing, that's why I will cut them off. I don't listen to their negative rants. You don't have to be subjected to that mess anymore, and you shouldn't. So usually they'll tell you, well, how are we going to get you reparations? You weren't a slave. Well, here you got two witnesses that were there in 1921 during the Tulsa race massacre, and they are still living. And you know what? They hate the fact that these two women are still on this planet. Well, we know what the Supreme Court in their state in Oklahoma did to them. They denied them reparations. Well, it is an election year, and now the U.S. Department of Justice is getting involved. But y'all, this is nothing to get excited about, because at the end of the day, none of these government agencies ever did right by us. And the U.S. Department of Justice is one of them. They don't have a strong track record of looking out for the best interests of our people. Am I excited about this? Hell no, I'm not. Because I know they're doing all of this because of the election. And you can best believe the outcome is going to be all the same. They know how bad it looks. You got two people that lived through one of the worst race riots where they drop bombs from airplanes, and they are alive telling their story, and they're still being denied any type of restitution. So it's not whether you were there or not. It's not whether you were a slave or not, or, you know, it is all about you being in their eyes, a Black person. And they got to do all that they can to keep everything away from us, especially reparations. That's what it's really all about. It is not about, oh, you weren't a slave. Well, these folks that are getting reparations, they weren't there either. The ones that these Indians and these Jews that are getting it for the Holocaust, many of them weren't there.
Which one?
So I don't know where you think you're going with that argument. What Indian that's getting reparations was at the Trail of Tears? Which one? So you can miss us all with that you weren't there argument. That's the weakest argument you could possibly come up with. That is some weak crap. That's weak. So anyway, let's get into this lame behind story from the U.S. Justice Department, which at the end of the day, y'all, it is just for show because the Democrats want to win. They know when this thing fell apart in Oklahoma Supreme Court, it looks bad on them, and it continues to look bad on them. And so now they got to get up and ruffle around papers and move around scissors and pens to make you think they're doing something. So anyway, late Monday, the U.S. Department of Justice, the DOJ, announced it plans to launch the first ever federal investigation into the 1921 Tulsa massacre, the race massacre, which hundreds, if not thousands, were killed. And that was not only the worst thing that happened. Many of them were displaced, and many were forced into internment camps. Now, they will only tell you that, you know, the Japanese and, you know, the Asians were put in internment camps. No, ladies and gentlemen, our people also were put in internment camps in this country. And it occurred in one instance. It occurred.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with it. That's in Mississippi.
Okay, so don't let them make you think only Asians or Japanese people that were in the country were put in internment camps. No, our forefathers were also placed in internment camps. And it happened in 1921 too.
Oh my God.
You know, and we've been told a lot of fairy tales. And withholding the truth is also a lie. Okay? When somebody only tells you half of the truth and not the whole truth, that's a lie too. So when they were placed in internment camps, they were overseen by the National Guard in the Greenwood thriving neighborhood. Remember, the white mobs only show up if the town, the black town, was thriving. That's the only time the white mob would show up, y'all. So these folks were surrounded by National Guard men in internment camps, and we know they just looted, decimated, stole, and burnt down and threw bombs on Tulsa.
Yes, well,
you know, that's why when they talk all that, pull yourself up out of bootstraps, we have many instances.
They did.
Over 200 black towns were burnt down because those towns were thriving, y'all. They have to make us look like we are needy and destitute and we need help all the time, and they got to give us welfare. That's a damn lie.
Right.
When we are left alone, we can hold our own, and we got a proven track record of that. That's why the white mobs kept showing up.
That's right, Lisa.
So anyway, the review launched by the Civil Rights Division Cold Case Unit. Well, I don't know why it's a cold case. It's recorded history.
Right. What are you doing, dude?
Comes after a major setback for survivors and descendants of the massacre. In June, Oklahoma Supreme Court dismissed a lawsuit brought by two survivors, Leslie Benningfield Randall, 109, and Viola Fletcher, 110. In July, the women once again called for Biden and the Justice Department to intervene, but they're not going to do anything. You know, look, these folks are on code. It doesn't matter if it's the office of the presidency. These folks are on code.
Facts, Lisa.
Kristen Clark, the Assistant Attorney General, who announced the DOJ's reviews, called the Tulsa Race Massacre one of the deadliest episodes of mass racial violence in this nation's history.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah, it is, but this has been played out multiple times in this country. So, you know, they just talk all the fluff. Oh, we honor the victims and all that stuff. They bring up Emmett Till, but y'all let Emmett Till's killer go free, and she ended up dying at the age of 88. Y'all didn't do nothing to her. That's why I'm saying, and see, the Justice Department step in on the behalf of Emmett Till?
No.
Carolyn Bryan,
they let her
she died, what, a year or two ago? And they didn't go at, they knew where she was. Look, our people found her.
They had the goddamn warrant.
So if we could find her, we know darn well the DOJ, but y'all remember what happened in Mississippi when they found the warrant. They refused to enforce the warrant. That's why I'm saying this Justice Department, whether it's on the state level or federal level, they don't have a track record of helping us. That's why I'm saying they're just doing this because of the election. I'm going to keep repeating it.
You're right, Lisa.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, the sick part is they give people tours through Tulsa. Down the blocks where the riots happened. So, they're denying reparations to these women, but Tulsa is pocketing all kinds of money, taking people around in that area on tours.
The video's almost over.
Capitalizing on
I ain't on to the end of the video.
Usual.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about
they won't
7
miss
more
an
minutes
opportunity to do that.
It's only like 3 more minutes left of the.
So in a statement back in June, that's when the Oklahoma Supreme Court completely denied them. We are deeply saddened that we may not live long enough to see the state of Oklahoma or the U.S. honestly confront and right the wrongs of the darkest days in American history, the 109 and 110-year-old. We are elderly, and we know that we're living on borrowed time. Oklahoma and the United States of America has failed its Black citizens. This failure is profound, systemic, and marred by lip service and clever platitudes. Yes, I agree with that. And that's all this investigation is going to give y'all. It ain't going to do anything but give some more lip service. And it is, they're just going to hand these women another fistful of nothing. That's what they're going to get.
Fistful of nothing.
You know, look, Tulsa happened 103 years ago now. 103 years ago. And the survivors have been fighting for a long time. And they haven't seen one dime. And when this federal investigation is over, they will see not one dime. That's what they love doing with us. They love telling us there's going to be studies, they're going to investigate, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, and it ends up being a bunch of nothing. And they have been doing this to us forever. Look at all the people in our community that have been shot unarmed, and the police investigate themselves and find no wrongdoing in shooting someone that was never a threat to the cop in the first place. And we have seen ourselves get denied multiple times, and they're not going to stop doing it. They're not going to stop doing it. They're going to continue to do it. So they want you to watch and think, oh, well, maybe they'll do something for these women finally. They're not going to do nothing. Whether Kamala or Donald Trump get in office, these two women are going to get absolutely nothing. They're going to get nothing.
He pardoned Jack Johnson. I can see him doing something.
And I doubt once the election is over, you probably won't hear anything else about this. Very little.
Oh, you already know, Lisa.
So, no, I am not excited that the DOJ is involved. I'm not excited about it. I don't think this is good at all.
It's the same DOJ
that's my
that
opinion.
let Carolyn Bryant die peacefully.
Yeah.
You know? So they're trying to win an election, and that's why this is coming up. It's not coming up for any other reason.
Now it's election season.
So y'all, and plus, think about it. They're fully aware that the Democratic Party is fully aware that the Black vote is not a guarantee this election cycle.
That's right.
They have heard, they're watching what we're saying online, and they're watching us say, oh, nope, I'm sitting on the couch. I choose the couch. They know.
They know.
They've heard us talking.
They know.
Yeah, right. Just like the dump using the term
they
brain
are listening,
dead.
and they know that a lot of people don't have their back this time around. They know it. They're listening to us say, well, they haven't done nothing for us. And then they always list things that they've done for everybody and claim that something for us. No, because when it came down to other people, you specifically did for them. And see, they're still trying to get around it by telling us, oh, well, when we do for everybody, it impacts Black people. Well, why don't you tell them other groups that you did things for? Why didn't you tell them Asians that we already got laws on the books? You don't need no crime bill. How come you didn't tell them that? What laws we got on the books for everybody also impacts Asians? How come you didn't tell them that? So they see that the support they once had is waning away. They know this is happening, and they know that things are not the same. They can feel it. Trust me, they know. They're listening to everything we say online. They are listening to everything.
They are listening to everything. Everything. I told you what they're going.
So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope everybody enjoys the rest of your day. Thank you for your.
All right, I'm out.
On your way out. Oh, good night, Shabaka. We want to hear your closing, though. Okay.
Okay, I can give you a closing. Okay, everything that Ms. Cabrera said is real, and plus that they're visiting the Black Wall Street. Okay, you can still feel it in the air, just like when I was down there in the South. You can still feel it in the air. You see what I mean? And this is why I appreciate the gentleman who had a store down there on the Black Wall Street, and I believe the brother is on the corner of Greenwood and Pine. Okay, he had his son explain to me about what happened with Tulsa, and once again, it was a she-devil. Allegedly, the black man raped her. Same thing on that plantation, Mandingo, the antebellum South. You know, and the young man was very, very articulate. And I hope to get back there. And my schedule is sporadic because finances is fucked up. And I would like to interview that young man. So hopefully I could do it, man, within the next year. You know what I mean? Because you could feel the vibe down there, man. I mean, you just listen to the wind and hear the stories of long ago, just like when I went through Alabama and Mississippi.
That's where my godmother's from. That's where my godparents are from. They're from Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay. And but however, I was glad to see, that you did have a lot of black businesses that were there, and then you had some hillbillies out of state, yelling insults and shit like that. And I even think one of them bastards said that they need to burn it down again. But like I said, this is the fervor of Donald Duck Trump. And my closing 3 statements is as follows. Fuck all Yassa bosses, the Eric Adams, the Brandon Johnsons, the Karen Basses. Okay, they may go Hancoons, all that. Yeah, all that. Kamala Harris, they may go fuck themselves. It's because they do that. Oh, all of them. Yeah, all of them. Because not one of those no good, dirty motherfuckers is going to do shit for black people. This is why I'm not that mad at the mayor of Dalton, Illinois, that hijacked that money and got her. She got her damn reparations.
The woman. You talking about the woman. The one
the woman mayor who was up there in Dalton, Illinois. She got that loot and she head for the hills like a motherfucker. More power to your sister. You know what I'm saying? And if they do catch up with her, then this is what I'm going to argue with Sarge about. Then have that crooked ass governor back there. Give her a full part. She earned the money. As far as I'm concerned, now it'd be nice,
She brought away with $8 million of the town's tax money.
Okay, more power to her. What the fuck you think these white ass politicians is doing? What the fuck you think the 8 goddamn governors of Illinois was doing according to Sarge that got locked up?
He did it to black people, Shabaka. That's the problem.
Well, hopefully the sister would have a presence of mind to put some businesses there together to benefit the black people.
No, she don't give a damn about none of that, Shabaka. She's going on shopping sprees and tours.
Okay, all righty, okay. That's a safe bet, Brother Jay.
She was in some ways is gambling some of the money.
Oh, damn.
We helped.
She was out here?
Yeah.
A couple times.
Damn.
But she had to cover up a whole violation or something.
Yeah.
Okay, well, she went out there and came and sat in the Keno parlor and bumped her a few stones on 7-Eleven and what have you. More power to her. Shit. I mean, man, when it comes to us as black people, black family, these goddamn bullshit ass elections that they come up with, these damn scam elections they do to us every 4 years. I'll vote blue, no man. They fuck us around every time. Look at Uncle Tim Scott. Look at the black Nazi. Look at old Sambo. Look at Kamala. A black politician ain't shit. And from Las Vegas, Nevada, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bid you good night. Okay, we are doing Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced this Tuesday. Okay, the show is wrote up, Brother Che. If you would like to go through it, man, and, you know, add some things in there, by all means do. You know what I mean? And what have you. So hopefully, you know, we want all our haters to call in, you know, because you're going to get educated, you know, on the scam election. Also, too, as I said, I'm in the process of trying to get us a high-profile speaker to come on. Okay, so I'm still trying to make the arrangements on that. Okay, so we're going to try to target that there for October the 15th. Yeah.
October 15th is also the 58th anniversary of the Black Panther Party.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. So hopefully we can make that there happen. You know what I'm saying? It'd be a good thing. Yeah. And then I am going to try to reach out to some of the people there in Oakland, California, who remember, you know, who are around at that time, although they will be up in their 70s and 80s now, you know.
Yeah.
And hopefully they can come on there too. And,
before you go, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the Tyre Nichols case?
The Tyre Nichols case, yeah. I hope every last one of them sons of bitches that killed that man get life in prison, walking the concrete with the general population. That was something personal.
Yeah, that would be nice in a perfect world. But this
I know. Their cases are falling apart. So hopefully all them bastards will get convicted. You know what I'm saying? Because you could best believe they would not have went out there and did that to a white person.
No, they wouldn't have. But
and then keep in mind,
they're only charging 3 of them.
Yes, sir. And then keep in mind is that the black police chief of Memphis, who is the former police chief of Atlanta, she has a tainted past. Yeah. She has a tainted past as well too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that police chief, I forgot her name.
CJ.
Oh yeah, CJ has a tainted past in Atlanta
and she's
with her husband.
She's married to a pedophile.
That part, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. You know. All right, so get with me tomorrow, man. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's already tomorrow. I'll get with you later on.
And then we playing your ponies soon.
The Broncos, goddammit, y'all gonna lose. And
man,
I don't want to hear no slow flower and slow singing. I want
man later for the ponies. Put them in a barn, man.
Gators.
No, Raiders, dag nabbit. We Raiders. We selling ships on dry land.
But y'all ain't got no ocean.
Well, so we selling our ship on dry land. Remember the song by the Temptations? I can make a ship sail on dry land. So we'll be waiting on the ponies,
y'all have to come here in the Broncos.
No, sir, you guys come to us.
We're gonna stampede all over y'all.
Man. So we're gonna try to steal y'all's oats before the game.
They're gonna give us horsepower to stampede all over you fools.
Yeah, well, we're gonna try some pirate shit and try to steal the oats out the barn. Y'all probably using GMO oats.
I don't know who cheats more, you or the teacheress.
The Patriots.
Yeah.
The Patriots.
Yeah, the teacheress.
Bunch of scrubs. Want to see them lose every game.
Well, we had their number forever. Well, not ever, but a long time.
Okay, well, that's halfway great news. That's halfway great news. Not total great news, but that's halfway great news. You know, so that's
only thing
halfway.
That's great news for you, Shabaka, is if the Raiders actually won a Super Bowl in this lifetime.
Well, let me see. The last time the Raiders won a Super Bowl, hell, man, it was in
41
the 1980s.
years ago. I
Damn,
wasn't
boy,
even
time
born
flies.
yet.
Damn, time flies. Shit, 41 years ago. Damn, boy, I'll make me feel old in the motherfucker. God damn, 41 years? Damn.
Yep, since 83. That's 41 years.
Yeah, and then we got knocked off by them damn Patriots.
Oh, that was lovely. No, you got knocked off by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the Pirate Bowl.
That's the Super. Yeah, that's when we lost the Pirate Dome the last time we been, but we would have went and played against the Chicago Bears, but had that punk ass quarterback Mark Wilson who wasn't shit.
Mm-hmm.
And lost it. And lost in the LA Coliseum. Hold it. And lost in the LA Coliseum. To really add insult to injury.
Great news. Now that's some great news right there.
Man, that's sad news, man.
They always trying to clown, twin. It's the Broncos. Ain't no goddamn ponies.
Yeah, man, it's the ponies, twin. You telling them right. It's the ponies. All right, twin.
Gators, and they gonna get stampeded on.
Put the ponies in the barn.
They gonna get orange crushed. Just like the Jets got orange crushed.
Man, well, the Jets ain't nobody, man. They ain't been in the damn Super Bowl since 1969.
And who else did we beat? Them sorry ass Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They gonna get.
Well, you could beat Tampa Bay. You could beat Tampa Bay, and then on top of it too, need them damn queefs to start picking up some L's.
Oh yeah, we're gonna give them to them. We gave them to them last season.
Yeah, well, you know, everybody in the AFC West is tired of
Orange Crush. Yep, that's the Orange Crush.
Man, they need to go back on soda pop cans, man.
That's what the defense is called, the Orange Crush.
Yeah, and you guys was crushed so bad. That's why we got Lyle Zeta from your asses.
Yeah, that's back when y'all actually had an offense and some kind of defense. Y'all don't have none of that now.
No. And if they lose tomorrow, I'm gonna put it up there. Fire the fucking coach.
You're gonna put that up regardless. But yeah, I kind of expected.
No, fire the fucking coach, man, because he had a fucked up ass season last season, and he's starting off fucked up. You know what I'm saying? This season.
But Shabaka, you said give him a chance.
Yeah, I know, but his chance is running out. For me to advocate that motherfucker stay, man, he's got to win the next 5 games. Then hopefully either you guys or us or the adults, you know, will beat them damn queeps. I'm tired of looking at Patrick Mahomes' ass. Damn queeps, yeah.
All right, good night, Shabaka.
Thank you, Shabaka.
All right, okay. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. All right, I'm out. Okay.
About right.
All right, so moving along, y'all. Go Broncos. The next topic is what the hell is wrong with it?
You gonna plug it? The wall.
Sorry about that.
Hey,
Twin still with us? You're welcome. All right, so moving along, we got Tyre Nichols, R.I.P. to Tyre Nichols, young black man that was beat to death by the Scorpion unit of the Memphis Police Department, and it was 5 officers initially involved in his murder, and they have only convicted 3. So this is from CBS News says 3 ex-Memphis officers convicted on some charges in the Tyre Nichols case. Some charges, but not the most severe charges, of which it would be second degree. And if you ask me, first degree murder, capital murder. But let's see what they got to say on it. And then I got another video after that I'm going to play on in regards to this. Very useful too.
We have some developing news to report. A jury has reached a verdict in the trial of 3 former Memphis police officers in the death of Tyre Nichols in 2023. 29-year-old Nichols was brutally beaten during a traffic stop last January. He died from his injuries just a few days later. Prosecutors say the 5 officers involved in the incident did not provide life-saving aid to Nichols. The 3 officers convicted Thursday were found guilty on counts of witness tampering, and 1 was found guilty of civil rights violations, meaning the other 2 were acquitted on that. Nima Rahmani joins me now. He's a former federal prosecutor and president of the West Coast Trial Lawyers. Thanks so much for joining me. What's your response to the verdict, and can you help us understand these charges or these verdicts?
Well, thanks for having me. A surprising verdict, split verdict, but I would say it's essentially a defense verdict. The prosecution here in the Nichols family has to be very disappointing in some of the not guilty verdicts, particularly on the most serious counts. And I'm happy to go through them, but we're talking about 4 counts, the most serious of which are depriving Tyre Nichols of his civil rights, as well as failure to provide medical aid. Those are counts that carry potential life sentences in federal prison, and all 3 former police officers were acquitted of those most serious counts, and I'm happy to go through them. We can start with Tadarius Bean. He was found not guilty of depriving Nichols of his civil rights, failure to provide aid, and conspiring to do the same. And conspiracy, of course, is 2 or more people. He was only found guilty of the final count, which is obstruction. That's essentially the cover-up. And even though that carries a potential 20-year sentence in federal prison, it's certainly less serious than the other counts. And Justin Smith, the 3rd officer who's shown there, he was found not guilty of those same 3 counts. Count 1 being the civil rights violation, count 2 being the failure to provide aid, count 3 being the conspiracy. He was also just convicted of 1 count, that 4th count of obstruction, the tampering, and so forth. Haley did receive more of a mixed verdict. He was found not guilty of the civil rights and failure to provide aid counts, but he was found guilty of a lesser included. That's a deprivation of rights, which did result in bodily injury. He was convicted of a conspiracy and of the obstruction charges as well. So he's certainly the most culpable of the 3, according to jurors at least, but still very disappointing when you had 2 of the other officers that pleaded guilty, that testified against these 3. We've all seen the video footage. I mean, one of the most disturbing videos I have ever seen, but apparently the jurors, they bought the defense argument that police officers were dealing with someone that was resisting, that was under the influence of drugs, that they didn't receive the proper training. I'm not saying I agree with the defense's argument, but clearly it did resonate with some of the jurors. And frankly, it just goes to show how difficult it is to convict police officers in this country.
Help me understand that idea that 2 pled guilty. So there were 2. Did they plead to a charge that then these officers ended up being acquitted of?
Yes, and we're talking about officers who are still facing state charges as well. So obviously, there's Ben Crump. You have the family's attorney. I'm sure they're going to be very disappointed with this verdict. But
it's been a long journey for our family.
And in terms of an appeal, I mean, that would seem to be a possibility. Do you think there's any grounds on that, or do you does it kind of go back to your? Go ahead.
Yeah, the government, it's very difficult for them to appeal a not guilty verdict. There's very few circumstances where they can do that. Once the jury has spoken against the government, in this case against the prosecution, they're stuck with that verdict. Now, because of the dual sovereign doctrine, these officers may still face justice in state court. We've seen that in other racially motivated cases. Of course, the victim here was African American, so were the officers, but we've seen cases like that, Derek Chauvin and George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery's killers in Georgia as well. So occasionally the feds and state prosecutors will prosecute cases simultaneously. It doesn't violate double jeopardy because they're dual sovereigns. So I think maybe these officers will really face the justice that they deserve in state court where they are facing murder charges.
On that civil rights charge, what would the standard have been that the officers were acquitted so it means the prosecution didn't meet that standard, but in terms of helping us understand why they would have been acquitted, what would the test have been that was necessary to get a conviction, and why do you think they didn't?
Well, it has to be a violation of a clearly established constitutional right. So in this case, it would be Nichols's right to be free from excessive force. And, the question here was this someone who was fleeing? Was this someone who was resisting arrest? Did the officers go, outside their training? And there was a lot of discussion of this Scorpion unit there in Memphis. And did the officers act as vigilantes or a gang? And so I think that's something that, whether it was their training or lack thereof, that must have resonated with the jurors, because they apparently didn't find, with at least to two of these officers, that there was any constitutional violation whatsoever. And it was just covering up after the fact. So it is a high burden to prove that violation. And obviously we know that jurors love police officers in this country, and ultimately prosecutors weren't able to get there.
If you're convicted of covering up, or at least partially covering up, isn't implicit in a cover-up that you think you're guilty of doing something for which you must take actions to cover up? And shouldn't that make it easier for a prosecutor?
Well, that's why I'm smiling, right? We often say the cover-up is worse than the crime. And, I've been prosecuting and handling cases for more than 20 years now. And sometimes you don't really understand these jury verdicts, especially when there's a split verdict. How do jurors believe that there was no constitutional violation, but the officers covered something up? And apparently that's what they came down to here. Now, I don't know, sometimes in that jury deliberation room, there's horse trading going on. Maybe there's folks that aren't willing to convict the police officers, because let's not forget, in this country, you need a unanimous verdict beyond a reasonable doubt if you're the prosecution. Even if you have one holdout juror, that's going to result in a mistrial and a do-over. We have to start over. So sometimes when there's more serious counts, you'll see jurors agree to do not guilty, return not guilty verdicts on the more serious counts and convict on the lesser counts. So maybe that's what happened here. But I agree with you. Logically, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you're saying there's no constitutional violation, but they covered something up.
Is there any feeling in your mind that maybe that this was a stronger case than it was presented by the prosecutors? In other words, you've mentioned the fact that juries tend to support police officers in these kinds of instances. Could there be fault found in the prosecution in the way they carried out the case?
It's tough to criticize the prosecution in a case where there's so much video evidence. Here you have officers that turned off and removed their body cams, but notwithstanding that, there's that poll camera. And going back to the history of police brutality in this country, I grew up and I remember Rodney King was one of the few times that police officers were prosecuted. Of course, in that case, they were acquitted as well by the state. They were charged by the feds, and even only then, some of those officers were convicted. Others were acquitted. And, we've seen more and more, whether it's, George Floyd, the influence of video and how it's really changed the game in terms of prosecutions, and how for many, many years in this country, it was almost impossible to convict officers of murder, much less serious charges like manslaughter. But what I thought in this case, because there was so much video evidence, both in terms of the poll camera, in terms of the police officers, those that arrived, I thought this would be a relatively straightforward case for the U.S. Attorney's Office, and jurors would return a pretty quick guilty verdict. But apparently, I and other talking heads and legal analysts were wrong.
Nemo, if you'll hang out with me just for a second, the Nichols family spoke moments ago. Let's listen to what they said, and I might want to ask you about it, depending on what it is. Let's listen.
There was a moment there where I really thought I was going to pass out. Ready? All right, I'd like to introduce you guys to Tariq Hoftai, who is a 12-year-old girl who lives in Coffee Village with her mother, father, 3 sisters, and brother.
Tariq is the oldest child in her family, and because of that, she spends a lot of her time helping out at home. Even though she loves attending school more than anything else,
all of them have been convicted of something, and they're all going to jail. That's how I feel. I don't.
Oh man,
this has been a long journey for our family. I'm actually in shock right now because I still can't believe all this stuff is going on. But we're happy that they all have been convicted and they have been arrested.
And that's very important that the jury found all of them in some way participated in a crime, and that Tyre Nichols' death won't go unaccounted for. That is critical. We know that this is the federal case. It's different from the state case, but in the federal court, all 5 of them, 2 pled guilty, 3 of them have been found guilty of charges, and they all, as the judge articulated, have been taken into custody. So the family was very relieved that the killers of Tyre Nichols have been taken into custody and have been found guilty. Now you will hear from Attorney Tony Romanucci before any of the other family members may speak.
Thank you, everybody. Today was monumentous because you had 2 defendants who pled guilty to deprivation of rights under color of law. They testified in this courtroom. The remaining defendants have all been found guilty of 1 charge or more: obstruction, conspiracy, deprivation of rights causing bodily injury. This is justice for Tyre. This is a very high burden that this government had in order to prove 12 counts against all of these individuals, and they proved more than half of them. So we are grateful to the federal government. We're grateful to the jury for paying attention, His Honor for a clean trial. And now we look forward to justice. We look forward to the state case, the civil case, because what we know is these officers conspired. They made an agreement. They made an agreement to cause harm, and now they are in jail. They are.
You're going to hear from Mr. Wells in just a minute. It's very important that we thank Kristen Clark and the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice for bringing these charges and zealously prosecuting this case. Now you will hear from Mr. Rodney Wells, the father of Tyre Nichols.
I just want to say for the family that we are all elated. We're all very, very happy that these guys have been put in jail. This is a long time coming. Yes. And justice for Tyre. So we're just so very proud that all of them are going to jail today. Yes. We cannot wait on the sentencing, so we'll know what their total time will be. But today was a very good day for our family. Yes.
And now you will hear from Judge Ernestine Doris, who will make a statement before you hear from his uncle.
Today is a day that we, in fact, got justice for Tyre.
Okay, Nima, thank you for staying with us. First of all, was there anything in there that you heard that struck you, and also the state and civil case that's coming? What's that likely to look like?
Charges.
So I certainly have respect for the family's attorneys, and I'm not saying they're being disingenuous, but they have to be disappointed, when the officers who pushed the case to trial weren't convicted of any of the civil rights violations, at least 2 of them, and 1 of them with the lesser charges. Again, this is a case that jurors found that was just a cover-up. There was no crime committed. Essentially, the officers didn't violate Nichols' rights. They just covered it up after the fact, at least with respect to 2 of the officers that were acquitted of the counts. Only 1 violated Nichols' rights. Now, it's not the end of the road. Obviously, there's a civil trial, and really that's murder. And, did the officers, did they have the right to use that level of force, deadly force? Were they at risk of death or serious bodily injury? That's the standard when you kill someone. Doesn't matter whether you're a law enforcement officer or a civilian. And of course, we know in the civil case that the standard is much lower. It's preponderance of the evidence. Sometimes you don't even need a unanimous jury, and you certainly don't need to prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. So I think they're trying to put up a good game face for the family. I'm sure they're disappointed. Again, any conviction is good, but certainly I don't think this is what the prosecution or the family wanted in this case.
Nima Rahmani, thank you so much, former federal prosecutor and president of West Coast Trial Lawyers. Thanks so much for being with us and helping us through that.
Okay, so that was that. Now, Brother Torian gonna give us the real update on this from the Black perspective. Torian Rain Reloaded. Make sure y'all like and subscribe.
To be notified in there just in case it doesn't come through over here. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Shout out to everyone, all of the mods, all of the members, everybody on Patreon. And speaking of Patreon, we have officially hit 200 subscribers over there on Patreon. Shout out to everybody that has joined the Patreon. Over there, that's where I put my more heavy hitting topics that are too extreme for YouTube. So shout out to everybody that is over there. Of course, over there, I upload 2 videos a week, Tuesday and Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Also, shout out to everybody in the Discord, on X, Instagram, all of that good stuff. Before I get into it, let me see who is in the chat so far. We got Wallow J, Irvin Green, Hacksign KBT, Denise Scales, Tamika's Den, Scoop 2003, Lala Papa, Don P, Never Mind 56, Never Mind 225 Girl, Katrina Prater, Sunlight. To be false. They dispelled that rumor early on last year. So people keep thinking it's over a woman. No, it wasn't over a woman. Goes last year. And shout out to Born Free 7777 for subscribing to the channel. Isaac said these officers are sellers for doing this to a brother over a woman. Let me just put this out here right now. And this is not just to you, Isaac, but this is just to everyone. The whole situation of this allegedly happening over a woman was proven to be false. They dispelled that rumor early on last year. So people keep thinking it's over a woman. No, it wasn't over a woman.
Okay. So what's that?
To this day, I still don't even know what it was over. It was most likely a power trip for all we know. But the thing of it being over a woman that came out to be untrue. And if it was true, trust me, it would have been everywhere, but not as a rumor. That's just something people threw out there because I don't know why people threw it out there, but it came out to not be true.
Interesting.
Lala said it's only one article because this is really the only news that's coming out about this is the verdict with the three officers who pleaded not guilty. The next time I talk about this will most likely be the sentencing. That's most likely what's the next time I talk about this. I've already talked about everything that I can possibly talked about when it comes to Tyre Nichols over the last year since it happened. Like, you have to go back and look at the videos that I did early on when this first happened and sporadically as they were starting to throw little things out there. The story goes, or the alleged thing that went out there was that allegedly Tyre Nichols was messing around with the girlfriend or fiance, whoever this person was, of one of the officers, and that's why he was attacked. But that came out to be not true. The only woman that was involved was that female cop that was the head of the Scorpion unit, which is the same unit that these cops were a part of. That's it. But anyway, let me go ahead and get into this. Let me go ahead and share my screen right quick to talk about this. So the reason why I put on the thumbnail that I said guilty but not guilty, and then I put in the title, this is not a victory, is because really it isn't, because while the 3 individuals who pled not guilty were found guilty of something, they were not found guilty of the major charge that they were hit with, which was the murder charge. So now, because of that, their sentencing, whatever they get, is going to be lower than what they should have gotten should they have been convicted of what they were the major charge.
Right.
So they still got a layer of protection there.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, 2 of the other cops that were involved, they took a plea deal, so they automatically going to get a sentence reduction just on that alone.
Yeah.
So let me go ahead and read from WBTM 13. It says mixed verdict for 3 Memphis officers convicted in Tyre Nichols' fatal beating. It says 3 former Memphis police officers were convicted Thursday in the 2023 fatal beating of Tyre Nichols, but were acquitted of the harshest charges they faced for a death that sparked national protests and caused for broad changes in policing. Jurors deliberated for about 6 hours before coming back with the mixed verdict for Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith. All were convicted of witness tampering related to the cover-up of the beating, but Bean and Smith were acquitted of civil rights charges. Haley was acquitted of violating Nichols' civil rights causing death, but convicted of the lesser charge of violating his civil rights causing bodily injury. So you see right there, they pretty much all got off with just causing bodily injury, but not for the actual death itself. That's why I said this is not a victory.
Nope.
By any measure. He was also convicted of a conspiracy to witness tamper charge that the others were acquitted of. The court remained silent as the verdicts were read. The judge ordered all 3 officers to be taken into custody. He planned to hold a hearing Monday to hear from the defense lawyers about releasing them pending sentencing. The witness tampering charges carry possible sentences of up to, that's why I always tell y'all, pay attention to the verbiage, up to 20 years in prison. The civil rights charge against Haley carries up to 10 years in prison. They had faced up to life in prison if convicted on the harshest charges. That's why I always tell you, pay attention to the words. If it says up to and not saying that, you know, they'll get 10 years or they're for sure getting 20, that means that they can get less than the amount of time, but they just can't exceed 10 and 20.
Yeah. Oh yeah, on a side note,
the verdict marked a partial setback for prosecutors who were unable to land a conviction for civil rights violations for 2 officers who played an active role in the encounter. Jurors repeatedly watched graphic clips from police video that showed the officers punch and kick Nichols and hit him with a police baton just steps from his home as the 29-year-old called out for his mother.
Yeah.
Bean and Smith were seen on video wrestling with Nichols and holding his arms while also hitting him, but the jury was not convinced that those actions amounted to civil rights violations. An FBI agent said Smith told him he punched Nichols, but defense lawyers argue Bean and Smith were merely slapping Nichols' hands away as they tried to put handcuffs on him. The fact that they even looked at this video and this is what they came up, this is the conclusion that they came to, says a lot.
Watch the video, y'all.
Remember, y'all, this was not just hearsay. This was not what someone told someone else happened. This is what we saw. And the fact that it was on video and we saw it, and this is the conclusion that they drew, says a lot. It says even on video, we can still find a way to get you off. Now they're not completely off the hook because they still got those other charges that they were convicted of, but at the same time, they were let off the hook for the harshest charge. Rodney Wells, Nichols' stepfather, told the Associated Press outside the courtroom, a win is a win. They're all going to jail. Well, to Tyre Nichols' stepfather, let me pump the brakes right quick. This is not a win.
Right.
This is not a win. Yes, we know they're going to jail, but they're not going to jail for everything they're supposed to be going to jail for. So thus, I have to correct you.
Right.
This is not a win. This is not a victory by any measure. A win and a victory would mean that they were found guilty of everything that they were charged with, not select things to get them a lesser sentence.
Right.
Five officers were charged in Nichols' death, but 2 pleaded guilty and testified against members of their old crime suppression unit. Prosecutors argued that Nichols was beaten for running from a traffic stop, saying it was a part of a common police practice referred to in officer slang as street tax or run tax. They said the officers lied to a supervisor, to medical professionals attending to Nichols, and required written reports about the extent of the force they used. This has been a long journey for our family, Rovon Wells, Nichols' mother, told reporters. I'm actually in shock right now because I still can't believe all the stuff that's going on, but we're happy that they all have been convicted and they have all been arrested. Well, to Tyre Nichols' mother, I understand you were going through some things, but I'm gonna have to tell you, like I told Sam about your husband, your Tyre's stepfather. This again is not a win.
Right.
Granted, we see that you're glad because they did get convicted of something, but see, that's the basis of settling.
Yep.
You're settling for crumbs when it comes to this conviction, because this is a crummy conviction. They were found guilty of the lesser charges. Keep that in mind. They were convicted of the lesser charges, not the major ones.
Not the major one. And they should have been convicted of all.
I'm just curious to see what that sentencing is going to look like. I don't know when the sentencing is going to be. Maybe it'll have it somewhere in this article, but please do not settle for this, because if it was me, I would have been like, oh no, that's a load of crap.
Right.
I will find a way to see if there's a way you can retry that part. Keep everything locked in that they already have, but retry that second part again, because you can't tell me you looked at that video and didn't see what we all saw.
Right.
Lawyers for Bean, Smith, and Haley did not respond to requests for comments sent by phone, text, and email. Nichols, who was black, ran from the traffic stop despite being hit with pepper spray and a taser. The 5 officers who were fired after the beating are also black. Some of the most emotional testimony at trial came from one of the officers, Desmond Mills, who took a plea deal in which prosecutors called for up to 15 years in prison. He testified in tears that he was sorry. If y'all remember, a couple weeks ago, I did that as a live stream.
Oh, yeah.
That he left Nichols' young son fatherless, and that he wishes he stopped the punches. Later, he testified that he went along with the cover-up in hopes that Nichols would survive and the whole thing would quote-unquote blow over. Are y'all hearing this?
Yeah, I'm hearing it.
And shout out to AW1 for the 2. I appreciate it.
The piggies.
Are y'all hearing this? Let me read that part again. Later, he testified that he went along with a cover-up in hopes that Nichols would survive and the whole thing would blow over. Loosely translated, if he would have survived, then it would have been a good chance that they wouldn't be in court right now. No, you would have still been in court. You would have just been there for something else other than what you were there for now.
Right.
See, they were banking and hoping that Tyre Nichols did not die. Him dying was their worst nightmare come true.
Yeah.
That's why whenever I hear stories about people who get into situations and someone's literally on the brink of death, I always say in the back of my mind, you better hope that person doesn't die, because if they do, it's a wrap.
You're right, Tori.
And I'm like, you listen to some of the stuff they say and the dismissiveness in their tone, and you listen to what was said in the video and the body cam footage and all of that, and you're saying to yourself, how in the world could anyone take pity on any one of these mofos?
Right.
the ones who took the plea deal and the ones who pled not guilty. Nichols died January 10, 2023, 3 days after the beating. His son is now 7 years old. The other officer who reached a deal with prosecutors, Emmett Martin, testified that Nichols was helpless while officers pummeled him, and that afterwards, the officers understood they weren't going to tell on me, and I wasn't going to tell on them. There's that blue wall, y'all. Yep. There's that blue wall.
The blue wall silence.
Under his plea agreement, prosecutors will suggest a prison sentence of up to 40 years. I say throw all 40 at him.
Right.
Defense attorney sought to portray Martin as a principal aggressor. Martin testified Nichols was not a threat, yet he acknowledged punching and kicking Nichols in the head. See, like I said, when I saw that video, unfortunately, first off, it was hard to watch that video for a multitude of reasons. One, you have all these black cops beating on this one black man. That was number one. Two, Tyre Nichols, this man was bloody. He was crying. He was crying out. He was defenseless. He was helpless. He could not do anything. This man was literally cuffed, and he literally had to endure that pain for minutes, which I'm sure to him probably felt like an hour.
Right.
Then you saw them on the camera laughing and joking about it. I mean, when you think about all of that, plus anything else that I left out, how is it that they were not found guilty of the harshest charge?
Murderer's verdict.
I hope wherever they end up, it's in one of the roughest prisons. And I know they're going to know what they did, because that story pissed a lot of people off. And to my knowledge, in prison, they do not like cops, especially dirty ones. And these 5 right here are as filthy as they come.
Oh, yeah.
Defense attorneys sought to portray Martin. Oh, I already read that part. Attorneys for Mills and Martin did not immediately respond to phone messages requesting comment. The police video shows the officers milling about and talking as Nichols struggles with his injuries. As autopsy report shows, he died from blows to the head. The report describes brain injuries and cuts and bruises on his head and other areas. With the federal criminal trial complete, other investigations and court actions still aren't settled. The 5 officers also have been charged with second-degree murder. Oh, yeah, because remember, this is the federal, y'all. So keep this in mind. What this trial right here, this was the Fed trial. They still have the state trial that they have to do. So they're not out the woods yet. So maybe there's a good, strong chance that the state trial will get it right. Yeah. It says the 5 officers also have been charged with second-degree murder in state court, where they pleaded not guilty, although Mills and Martins are expected to change their pleas. A trial date in state court has not yet been set. The U.S. Department of Justice is conducting a, quote, patterns and practices investigation into how Memphis officers use force and conduct arrests, and whether the department in the majority black city engages in racially discriminatory policing. The Justice Department also has a separate review concerning use of force, de-escalation strategies, and specialized units within Memphis police. Additionally, Nichols' mother filed a $550 million lawsuit against the city and its police chief. And that right there is the entire article.
$500 million, over $500 million.
Yeah, but like I said, I don't agree with the not charging them or not getting them on the bigger charges, considering we know what we saw in that video. I was only able to watch that one time, and that was it. And it's crazy when I think about it, the imagery of just talking about it, the imagery comes back into my head of how it was, man.
Yeah, that was brutal.
I said, if y'all want to get an idea of why a lot of black people don't like cops now, that's example 1 of a billion at this point. And people be saying, oh, we need to have more, black police in black areas. Not if they're going to be like that.
Right.
Let's be real with ourselves here. See, Sunlight, we literally just said the same thing. You said these are the cops we get when people ask for more black cops. Exactly. I mean, they straight up tortured this man.
Yeah.
And laughed about it while this man had to lay there with his injuries. And then remember when the paramedics showed up, they didn't allow them to give him any type of aid immediately. So there could have been a chance that Tyre Nichols could have survived. He probably would have been in the hospital for quite some time. But because his injuries were so bad and because he wasn't rendered aid immediately, his injuries got too severe and his body just gave out and he just couldn't go on. His body got weak, his system got weak. And they want to express some kind of sympathy for that. Not from me, and I'm almost certain not from anybody in this chat.
Right.
Denise said, truthfully, Torian, when did we as a people ever trust the police? Honestly, as a collective, never. Just being honest, as a collective, never. Haxon says, and the white car wasn't. Yeah, we knew about that. Yeah, that came out the same year, like a couple months later. Now you don't even hear about that dude. You don't even hear about it. Exactly, William. You didn't hear. You said you don't know what you know. You did not see what you saw. You did not hear what you heard. That's how they're trying to spin it on us. Like we did not see that. Scoop said they should get what Tyre got. Well, that's why I said hopefully they end up in one of the roughest, toughest prisons now out there. Because remember, at the end of the day, these are filthy cops. And I'm sure the people on the inside already heard this story. So we can only hope that will happen. Make these next few years some of the worst of their lives.
Yeah.
Right, Miss Nisi? An eye for an eye. Karma. And you want to know what's so crazy? I don't know if y'all remember it or not. Remember when this first happened last year? How you had a lot of people kind of come out and say, oh, black people aren't going to talk about this because these were black cops that did this to him and not white cops. I was one of the first people to talk about this when this happened, when this story broke. And I and so many others talked about it too. And the new black media spoke about this when it happened. And none of us were okay with it then. And we're not okay with it now.
That's right.
The nerve of people to actually say something like that out of their mouths as if we don't care about the stuff that happens to our own people in our community if it happens at the hands of other people in our community that do stuff like this. I will never forget those comments. And of course, you know, it came from the usual suspects. It's funny that they say that because a lot of them don't talk about the stuff that be going on in their community. I mean, when I first saw this, I had a ball of emotions that I felt like at one point I didn't think I was going to be able to control. I mean, I already felt one way about them doing that, but then when I saw it, I felt even more enraged.
Right.
And I said, I'm going to stay on top of this story as much as I possibly can. And here we are over a year, going on 2 years since it happened. And we're still talking about it.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing we are because they will find a way to try to bury this story.
Oh, yeah.
I got another live stream that I plan on doing. Now that I think about it, I'm going to probably have quite a few live streams coming up next week. Because it's a lot of things that I want to talk about while it's still in the algorithm. I just got to make the thumbnail for it. First ethnic Tutney says that's their way of trying to insinuate that we are. Yeah, exactly. Because they always like to say, oh, you don't talk about it when it happens to your own. That's why, low key, that's why they keep talking about why don't we talk about black on black crime? Because it's a deflection thing. They feel like if we don't talk about black on black crime and we only focus it on when it's them doing it to us, then that means that we don't care about our own when our own do stuff to them. But we know why they're doing it. It's not like they give a damn because they don't. Yeah, I got some more lives coming up next week. I know I already got 2 down. I might end up having 2 more, so you might get like 4 lives next week. Because I know I won't be able to go live on Friday.
All right, Victoria. Yeah, like you said, this is definitely a miscarriage of justice. But we'll see what happens at the state and local level in regards to this. We'll definitely keep y'all updated and posted on the sentencing and the additional convictions at the state and local level. Oh, man. So RIP to Tyre Nichols. You do not deserve this whatsoever. And hopefully your family is going to be able to get justice, but with Ben Crump, I doubt it. Moving on to the last topic of the night. Good brother, good friend of mine by the name of Mauray Tolbert has a book out. And that book is called White Aggression. What is it called? White Supremacy. Something White Supremacy. But it's on Amazon. So if you type his name in, Mauray, Mauray, Tolbert, Tolbert, his book will pop right up. But he did an interview with, hold on, let me remember this. He did an interview, and I'm going to play the interview about his book, Unveiling the Roots of White Aggression, a conversation with he's a doctor now, by the way. He's a doctor. So this is my Sankofa brother who moved to Kenya, him and his family, roughly 4 years ago, right before the jabby jab. And they have recently returned, and he has a new book out, so I'm going to play the interview about his new book.
If anyone, I would recommend people to check out in Africa for the last 4 years in Kenya. I definitely am a soldier against white supremacy. So I stand on that 10 toes down. So me and my wife, we went to Jamaica, and this was bad with years, but it's right before COVID that came. We went to Jamaica. And as we were coming back, they was talking about this COVID thing. Like even when we were there, like, oh, COVID. Like, what is this? Because when we went there, we didn't have to do any, just like get on the plane like normal. Mm-hmm. When we came back, they was talking about wearing masks. So then when we got back, I'm like, oh, again, the conspiracy theorist that I am. I said, oh man, I suspect something's playing. I said, I want to get the hell about it. So I sold everything that I had. I had a truck of minutes at that time. I was making money. And I just sold all my material possessions. And, my wife did the same, and we took a little bit of money to buy some property, build upon it, sit over here and wait for the underworld to happen. I've never been there. We've never been to Africa before, so what we did was just do and research, see what worked best for us. Since in Kenya, the cost of the dollar goes way further. They speak English, and they had opportunities where you can possess land. Because most countries, African countries, which is like Ethiopia, unless you get married to an Ethiopian, the foreigner can't even go there and buy a car. We built a building. We have apartments. Actually 2 apartments and then 1 like a building. I see why a majority of Africans fight to get on. No disrespect or shade to nobody. This is my opinion. I experienced I don't know, 6 or 7 different African countries. I just got tired of it because it's colonialism. I blame the white person on top. The white supremacy. Not free here. Everybody's poor, and then you see this in all kinds of different countries. There's a lot of poverty. The governments are destroying the people. So, like, for example, in Kenya here recently, this was right after I left. The president, Ruto, he had passed a tax. From the information that I had got, it was like something like 30-something% on everything, 30% of some ridiculous tax. And then, and it's like 8% of the people in Kenya are unemployed. So, and then the president actually is the puppet for the United States. So, I mean, you can clearly see that, you know, like he just does whatever the United States tell him to do. And the time I was there, like they was allowing Bill Gates to come in there and do all kind of experiments on them. They have on, you know, they'd be happy about it. Like, Bill Gates is here. So, like, my illusion of what I thought Africa was, my experience trumps that illusion. So now I see it. You know, I got this fantasy in my mind that, oh man, the motherland, what? No, it's the real world though. And it, you know, it's everything is good and bad. Like you can hear, you know, here in Babylon, it's a beautiful thing. Like, they also worship white people all the time. More places than I'm. You know, you would think that they wouldn't have such an affinity toward white people. Right. Well, the colonization of the mind. They've been down bad since the white supremacists came over. You know, the history, of the Berlin Conference, how the Caucasoids came into Africa, divided it up. I talk about that in my book. It's the whiteness of destruction, the origins and consequences of white aggression. The whole purpose why I wrote it is because, I mean, I've been having built up thoughts and anger and all kind of different types of emotions over the years, based upon all my studying and researching on the subject on Black oppression, mainly, I mean, worldwide, but, you know, just even living in America, you know, to see the progression of how white supremacy has continued from slavery till now, how it's not much different. So the purpose is to try to bring awareness of what enemy we have as Black people. Black Americans. I'm mainly talking about Black Americans. Now, I do talk a little bit about Africa, but I'm mainly just talking about Black Americans. Right here, right now, we got a problem. Yep. So I think that the more that we become aware to this problem, how it exists, how it works, and not be deceived or fooled, and that at least help us to avoid some pitfalls and cracks. Then at that same time, we should be able to, once we identify that and come together and unity at some level, whatever we are doing, to provide some kind of constructive results for anything that we're doing, which will initially affect everybody within our circle. So it's a domino effect. And it all starts from understanding what system you in. I think white people love me. My best friend's white. I'm not no offense for people who got best friends who are white, but if anyone, I would recommend people to check out our dear elder Fuller Jr. Yeah. So he has an analogy. The white supremacist is the warden. If you look at any prison system, you have a warden who controls the whole prison. The prisoners in this prison are Black people. Now it used to be like that in plantation. Like it was the master, the big house, and the slaves on the plantation. So now, you know, you bring it into a whole global scale. The whole planet is a system of white, where the white supremacists are the wardens of the prison, and the prison inmates, our skin color is our prison uniform. So because you have brown skin, melanin in your skin, now that allows someone who does not have melanin in their skin to dominate, control, mistreat those who possess melanin. So that's the system of white supremacy. You have white people who are globally in control of Black people. And it's done by nefarious tactics, murders. I mean, history this shows the atrocities that occurred underneath the current structure that we have in place at this very second. We all need some kind of therapy. Especially living in this society, the best thing to do is to lie to yourself while you're fronting and lying on everything else on your social media, your this, your that. You're just telling lies. That ain't really the truth about whatever you're saying. you know, y'all know what I'm talking about. It's the fakeness.
Yeah.
And it starts there, man. Start telling yourself the truth. And when you start telling yourself the truth about what white supremacy is, who your true enemy is. I always ask people, because people argue, man, it ain't that bad. You know, you start telling yourself the truth. You say, oh, every problem you got, you can trace it back to some kind of reason why your skin doesn't allow you the same goodies and benefits as those ones who have a different skin color. It's not about me liking white people, but I said, does the gazelle, if you're a lion out if you're a gazelle out in the bush, you think the gazelle's gonna be friends with the lion? I've been on several safaris. It don't seem like they friends. Same with us. If you see a rattlesnake on the ground, you think you're gonna be his friend? No, it's your natural enemy. Us as black people, we do that same thing. We try to get close to the very thing that is to our detriment. And then because history is shown up until this very second what has happened. So, man, it's all war tactics. Put out by the white supremacists. They don't want to control the media. They don't want to control the images that people see and how they perceive things. They have great power over that. You know, a lot of people fall victim to that. Sis over here was saying on the way here how the Hispanics in her class are so disrespectful, dropping the N-bomb every time, you know, just mad disrespectful. This is the entire system of white supremacy, which is so many facets, but just dealing here in America, black people, like the spotlight is on us. It's like the sun shining on you. We on the bottom of everything. Everything is black people's fault. Donald Trump just got shot. Now they showing black people who was sad that he didn't die. That puts a stain on every black person. There's a whole bunch of white supremacists out here who love Trump, and they got mad guns. They got mad artillery, and I talk about that in my book. That's why I had to get it off my chest. But dealing with the book, it's an outline to try to show the history of how they started 200,000 years ago. I talk about that all the way up until the current date. So, and they are planning a race war. That's what the white supremacists. I document everything in my book. I have all my sources. I go through tons of information. I had nothing but time to do while I was in Africa. I had nothing but time, so I got to get it all. But the white supremacists, there's a book called The Turner Diaries. This book was written in the 70s, and it's a white supremacist manual of how they're going to start the race war. All the old white terrorists that's killed black people or blown up buildings, and like Timothy McVeigh, for example. He studied the Turner Diaries. It was also Dylan Roof and school shooting that happened up here in Columbine. They read that manual. The dude that killed them people up in Buffalo, the white boy with the AR-15 at the grocery store, he had that manual. So what they do, the white supremacists have been reading that kind of a book for at least 2 generations. Not to mention what their great-grandpa was doing, and their great-great-grandpa in the stories having a penis floating in some alcohol. That's what they would do, is castrate you. Have it on the mantle here. Very, very sick stuff. But this has been passed on from, you train up a child in the way he should grow when he gets older. He should not depart from. White people are not born racist, but they are taught that. And then they have everything to lose because they're about to go extinct. I'm like, I want to know the truth. A lot of times, as I started to read the Bible, I say, well, I go to church, you really don't get the truth. I started having, I had my daughter when I was like 19, so I'm like, try to, started to change. So I'm like, let me get into the church. Like, that's what I was raised into. Not saying I was going to church, but I started reading the Bible, actually reading it. And I'm like, well, so I eventually found out after reading that 7 times. I literally read it 7 times. It took me about 10 years. It's a waste of time. I'm like, man, this is BS. I said, I'll put my foot down. I'm standing on this. And so from that point, I've always just been wanting to know the truth. And as I started telling myself the truth, just going back to white supremacy, it's always there. That doesn't stop me from doing it. I've traveled all over the place, but I know it's there. I can be affected by it at any moment. I got to keep my head on a swivel. Might be some crazy white food that's going to jump out with an AR-15 because he's just mad today. The book, it gives a history lesson on it, and just and also I have a section in there where it tells people how, what type of supply they should have, food, water, bug-out bags, things like that. Disaster preparation. So I think all Black people this should just be up front and center, like, hey man, that's the lion over there, or that's a snake. The venomous snake is gonna bite. I don't care if it slither on me and licks me on the ear like this with his tongue. Tickles. Nah, man, this food could kill me at any moment. So let me be aware. You stay over there, snake. I need food with you at an arm's distance, to protect myself. All Black people should be in that awareness, especially these fools talking about trying to start this race war. And if Donald Trump had got killed, oh man, these white folks would have went crazy. They would have went crazy. And they blame Black people for it too. And then you guarantee the media would put some dumb nigga on there that they've already been exposed and like, yeah, I'm glad, niggas dancing and twerking, for Donald Trump dying. Man, you know how many Black people get killed after that? We are literally in a war, whether you want to believe it or not. We in war. I'm gonna go sleep tonight, and then I'll wake up tomorrow. Everything will be all right. I'll buy a new TV, or we got some new weed out. Whatever. Something to mask the pain and tell yourself a lie. I'm not gonna face the truth today. It's too much for me to handle. I'm just gonna turn on the TV, maybe flip on Instagram and go whatever the latest thing is to a person really like. I think about my family members too. Like, man, if they could just read, understand that it's not as simple as they. I mean, like that was a long time ago. That was like around Martin Luther King's time. That's all. No, it's not. Especially economically. Man, they Black people at such a low level economically. They don't even have to necessarily be just running around lynching you. They killing us softer. It's like the lowest on the totem pole economically. We are the most in America, the most economically challenged group of people in comparison to all that. That's done on purpose. Redlining, can't get bank loans, discrimination practices, job hiring. There's an excellent book,
of destruction.
Alexander, the new Tim Go. She outlines a lot of
the whiteness of destruction and the origin and consequences
we are just,
of white aggression.
The way that we think, because they just constantly bombard us with all kind of bad, evil energy, or lower, I won't say evil, lower or higher, we never get higher vibrational information from the dominant society. What we always get is a low vibration. What's on a lower vibration?
That work. Greetings with the people. Let's see the release on Barnes and Noble and Amazon. The witness of destruction, the origins, and the origins and consequences of white aggression by Dr. Mauray L. Tolbert. This book, if you want to pick it out. So he's going to be interviewing right now. Put him on. If y'all make sure you check it out.
Italian. It's all white people. Russian. Yeah. That's all white people. It's a whole, at least 5, the Dutch, Polish people down there, and they own like the beach, all access to the beaches, even to the point where some places won't even allow you in there if you are local. You can't even go inside. So anyway, my mom comes. We go to this restaurant. I told my wife, "There's nothing to do there. After you do something a couple times, just like you can only go to McDonald's, 5 times before you get sick of it. I'm just using McDonald's as nasty food off top, but keep going to the same restaurant over and over again, it gets old. So do that for 4 years, like it got very boring. So there was a new restaurant that came called the Funky Monkey right there on it. It looks nice. They got all the white rooming system. So we go in there, and I told my wife, I said, I don't want to go in here tonight. She's like, I'll still get mine with good time. So we go in there. I hadn't seen my daughter. I hadn't seen none of my family members. It's been like 3 years. I hadn't seen them. So and it's like a nightclub. They got music playing, like they got a dance floor. They in there boogieing. So I'm talking to my daughter, and it's loud. I'm like, we're yelling and screaming at each other. This white man gonna stand up and say, "Don't talk to her like that." Oh my God! My brother, when he was out there, he said, "Man, what you should have did is pulled your phone out." But I went crazy. I said, "How dare you talk with that?" I called him all kind of names. I won't go into but I stood. I'm about to hit the dude with the bottle. Then his woman stands up, and she's not even white. I kept telling her, like, "You a bedouin, sit down," because they come there for sexual conquest. White people, I've seen it. I got video on my YouTube where, oh man, they come there for sex. Anyway, we get kicked out. The bedouin, she must have been maybe like Indian or something. I don't know. She was like, "Black lives don't matter. Black lives don't matter." Now at this point, like I say, and the white man, now he sees I'm serious. Now he's like, oh shit, I think this food, like I'm not the dude who you can pump. Yeah. That's what they go down there and pump the shit out of them Africans. I'll be like, oh my God. Tons of stories. But anyway, this particular one, this is where I was ready to get his ass, but then here comes all the black people in there come and get me. Sir, please, you must play the fool. What the hell you mean play the fool? They do this to me all the time. They trying to calm me. I said, what? Man, this dude clearly was in the wrong. And we're in Africa. And y'all come, we had to leave. They made us, well, sir, you gotta leave since you had to come. What? He's the one that started this shit. What you talking about? I got kicked, my whole family. We all got kicked out, So, and they were like, man, sorry, man. The play gave them a free meal after that,
This is the channel right here. So definitely make sure y'all like and subscribe. Hopefully in a moment. Let's talk Q. That's your interview. Let's do a video of him in the mama line. If you had a bunch of puppies, you can see that paper with the materials to build the materials. This is the youngest daughter here. Landing in Nairobi, Kenya. So yeah, they only can't do down there 4 years. It's exactly 4 years. Look at the camera. Camera on the yard. This is the grocery store out there. Rwanda. So he went all over he could, but he mainly lived in Kenya for 4 years. He went to Kenya. He went like all over Africa, but his main stay was in Kenya.
Somebody's walking down the street. All right, we ain't even had a conversation. He see me, but I just seen him. I suspect that person could be a white supremacist. I suspect. Why? Because they have white skin.
Yep.
Just because that. So they can be a white supremacist. So only time that a person is confirmed a white supremacist is when they do some harmful act to a black person, whether it's a passive aggressive, some a white lie, or they flat out murder you. You know, from one extreme to the next. At that point, I go from I don't suspect it anymore. Now you are a white supremacist. So now you're the lion and I'm the gazelle. Somebody hear this, oh man, that's weak talk. Well, we live in a system. Go out there with your guns. None of these niggas be running up here on the police with their guns. Police going up, no. Hands up in the air. You watch First 48? Mm-hmm. I suspect that anybody who has white skin can practice white supremacy. Practicing white supremacy can be something as subtle as you ask a white person. And I know people who, you ask somebody for information and they give you false information on something. Hey, where's the McDonald's? Hey man, just turn left over here. And he really is really right. And you're like, oh man, not my fault. Or cracking jokes. Anytime a white person starts to practice white supremacy, because they can, now at this point, you're a white supremacist, and to me. So that means that you're an enemy. I can't trust you. Yep. That don't mean I'm gonna kill you. That don't mean I'm gonna call you names. That means I'm gonna stay the hell away from you myself out the end because you're afraid. At some point, you go run and tell the boss something. Y'all was cool at first. Y'all went and hung out at the bar after work. Y'all was drinking, smoke some weed or whatever. You sitting there with your friend. Before you know it, you go back to work. Now your friend went and told the boss something. Now you went to call in the office or something. Or vice versa, especially with women, the white woman in the office is atrocious. And these are all white supremacists. And the reason why I keep saying it because let's not call it a racist, a bigot. I'll get right to the point. It is a white supremacist is someone who hates me because of my skin, not because I said it based upon history. So, and they said, Thomas Jefferson, all the family fathers, we are a white supremacist nation. Got it. So now we all need to get it. And once we got it, all right, now we can move on to doing some constructive things together. And we can also avoid some of the things. And whenever the opposition come to us, have you guys heard about the turkey leg? Yep. I'm sure they was making millions of dollars. It's a black-owned company. Yep. The white people came in and tried to close them down. I don't think they got closed down, but yeah, very famous restaurant. The whole city ganged up on them, to
shout out to
change them or try to shut them down because they had, from my understanding, they was on these complaints. They was going to court and all this stuff. So now the city is coming down on this black restaurant. That's what happens to black people. The entire system that's against us.
We've been talking about that for years.
It's us trying to swim upstream, and then you got this juggernaut that's just constantly put in pitfalls and maneuvers, not necessarily coming to kill you directly, or it could be like in the case of Breonna Taylor, kicking the door and stuff shoot you dead. It's got to be some real bad stuff that's going to happen before we wake up. Oh, shoot. And right now, it hasn't happened yet. But at some point, there's going to be a wake-up call for black.
Good old red soldier he is. So yeah, that's his book.
We all know that words have power.
So yeah, there it is. The Whiteness of Destruction, the Origins and Consequences of White Aggression. It's on Amazon Books, Barnes & Noble, and he's on Facebook as well. Peace, Facebook family. Just got my books in. Get with me to get your copy cheaper to get it from me. and to buy from Barnes and Noble. All right. So yeah, if you're interested in the book, just holler at me. I'll get you a copy. But that's where you can find it if you are unable to meet him in person. All right, y'all. So I'm gonna end the show now because I gotta go to the food bank in a few hours. But I appreciate y'all to stay with us, tapped in with us, interacted with us, and stayed up super late with us. So thank y'all for tuning in to season 4, episode 28, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. So y'all join us at the same time, same dial, tomorrow or later on today for part 2. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And join us this Tuesday for a brand new episode of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We're definitely going to be talking about these politics again. And like and subscribe to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah, Jesse LaShawn Paris on the ballot for Colorado State House District 8. I'm the only Black candidate on the ballot. The election is November 5th, exactly 29 days from now. And the ballots will be mailed out next week. So make sure y'all bubble in the circle for me. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Krumah signing out from the mile high income and illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace.